to the February 4th session of the Portland City Council, the afternoon session. It's July somewhere, but not here. Could you call the roll? I think Commissioner Fish will be joining us, but the others of us are here.
Fritz?
Here.
Fish? Saltzman?
Here.
Novick?
Here.
Hales?
Here. Welcome, everyone. We've got a staff presentation coming shortly and some invited testimony, and then obviously quite a few people here that are interested in discussing the West Quadrant Plan. I want to thank everyone in the community and in the city's organizations, both the Planning Bureau and others, for the work so far and for a lot of amazing volunteer effort by members of our Planning and Sustainability Commission, some of whom we will hear from today. The focal point of our city and the focal point of a lot of our planning over the last 40 years, and this is a really pivotal piece of work. So I'm looking forward to the discussion and to the presentation. We're going to hear, as I said, a staff presentation followed by at least one member of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, or no, it looks like two of them, and from our county commissioner, Commissioner Jules Bailey, who represents this district, and then we'll take public testimony. Because of the number of people that are here, we're going to try to hold public testimony to a 2-minute oral statement. I know that's hard, but we've got at least 50 people signed up. So if you can be succinct, please do. Remember that we're also going to hold the record open so that you can submit written testimony, and we do actually read those written testimony pieces that we receive, so you can follow up if you can't get all of your points across in this afternoon's hearing. So again, our goal is to get everyone heard. On that subject, by the way, if you're here representing yourself, you just need to give us your name. If you're here representing a neighborhood organization or some other, obviously let us know that. If you're here as a paid lobbyist, you need to disclose that under our city code. And we try to respect all points of view in this room, so if you agree with someone and want to give some sort of sign of that, please feel free to give them a thumbs up or a wave of the hand. And obviously the reverse is true if you really feel like you need to do that, but we ask that we not make verbal demonstrations in favor or against our fellow citizens' points of view in this room, so that we as your council get to hear them all. So those are the rules of the proceeding. I'll keep it at that and get started with Susan Anderson coming forward and along with the rest of her team. And I also, while I do that, want to call on my colleague, Commissioner Saltzman, who has some particular points about the housing elements of this plan.
Well, thank you, Mayor. At the outset of this hearing, I wanted to highlight an important part of this resolution that should provide some context for the testimony ahead. I know we'll hear about height issues in the central city, as well as transportation and sustainability challenges. But my goal here today as the Portland Housing Commissioner is to make sure that we take some bold and vigorous steps to make sure that we provide for affordable housing in our central city, and to do so in a way that will prevent our city from turning into a San Francisco where people on either end of the income scale can live, where you're either very rich or you're very poor, but nowhere in the middle. And my goal, as well as that of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, as they expressed in their deliberations on this West Quadrant Plan, is to see that the central city accommodates people of affordable housing stock for people in the 0 to 80% of median income range. And that's something I very much agree with, but I also recognize that we lack the financial resources to make that happen, and we need to be creative and engage in some creative thinking for policy tools that will enable us to get there. And I know that both the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff, as well as the Portland Housing Bureau staff, the mayor's staff, and my staff, and the city council has signed off on coming up with incentives for height or FAR allowances that are tied directly into creation of more affordable housing stock within the city. Either creation of the affordable housing directly by whomever is developing the property, or by paying into a housing investment fund for an amount to be determined that will help us in turn generate that affordable housing stock. So this is a very crucial issue. It permeates the West Quadrant Plan. It'll permeate the Central City Comprehensive Plan when it finally gets to us someday. But I just want to let people know now, because they can address this issue, that there is language in this resolution, and I'll read that language right there that talks about developing a substantive affordable housing bonus program. In the resolution, it says, be it further resolved, the City Council instructs the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and the Portland Housing Bureau to include a workable affordable housing bonus for City Council consideration in implementing code for the final Central City 2035 plan. So this is really a daunting challenge, but it's a challenge I know that this council is up for. I know we all recognize the need for more affordable housing, as does our Planning and Sustainability Commission, but we need to actualize, we need to activate the tools that will get us there beyond simply urban renewal money or federal government money or other sources at our disposal. So we need to be creative, and we're going to be serious and creative about that in the West Quadrant and the Central City Plan.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much. So, see if there are any other my council colleagues that want to say anything at the outset before we get started. And if not, then I'll get you, Carla, to read the item, and we'll start the staff presentation.
Item 145, adopt the West Quadrant Plan as direction for updating the Central City Plan.
Thank you very much. Director Anderson.
Great. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Susan Anderson, Director of the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and with me here today is Joe Zender, our Chief Planner, and Carl Lyle, who is a Senior Planner and has been the project manager on this project. So as you know, we're updating the Central City Plan because of the size of the plan and the importance of it. We do this once in a generation. It's been 27 years since we've had a new Central City Plan. We broke the plan into manageable pieces. So we broke it into north, northeast, the entire west side, and then also southeast. 2 years ago, we completed the Central City, the overall concept plan and the north-northeast quadrant. Today, we will review for you the highlights of the west side and the west quadrant plan. And in a few months, right on the tail of this, we'll bring in the southeast quadrant plan. At each stage, council adopts the quadrant plans only by resolution, not by ordinance. When the southeast quadrant plan is done, we will compile all the pieces together, and at that time develop the appropriate zoning that goes along, the zoning code changes that are necessary to implement the plan and to match it. And then we'll come back to you with the entire package, including the code, and you'll adopt all of that by ordinance. So it's important to me anyways to note that this plan absolutely builds on the success of the 1988 plan. The 88 plan led to the development of a lot of things that we just take for granted, whether it's South Waterfront, whether it's the Pearl District, whether it's the thousands of units of housing that are now in our vibrant downtown, and it retained important industrial areas. And it also continues to position Portland as the regional center for innovation, for education, and for exchange. This slide shows what we call the big picture plans. So again, it's not something we do every year. It's something we do every 25 or 30 years. From the Portland plan, then comes out the comprehensive plan, and then the Central City Plan. We anticipate that you will adopt the new comprehensive plan this year, and then the Central City Plan will follow with all of its components right after. It will be the first major zoning code package and plan amendment that's based on the new comprehensive plan. So for today, our goal is just for you to hear about the West Quadrant Plan, to understand, to be able to ask questions. We have a few invited speakers, Andre Ba, who is the chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, Catherine Schultz, who was one of the co-chairs of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and then we'll have testimony, as the mayor indicated. Again, the request for today is to listen and have discussion, and then to adopt a resolution either today or in a couple of weeks to adopt this West Side Plan. If there are any questions about the timeline, then I will turn it over to Joe to do the presentation.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thanks.
Joe.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today we're here to talk about the West Quadrant of the Central City, and it includes all of the Central City west of the Willamette, from Pearl District in the north to South Waterfront in the south to Goose Hollow in the west. The Central City 2035, or CC 2035, updates the 1988 Central City Plan, which was based on the 1972 Downtown Plan. And the good news is that we found that we can build on the soundness and success of these plans, and that many of the actions that are recommended in CC 2035 are to address issues that still remain from those plans, so we're following through. It retains the role of the central city as the economic hub of the region. It calls for more mixed use because we've seen the success of mixed use development in the central city to produce jobs and housing, and it stays the track with more residential development. The Central City Plan update also looked at the unique role of the central city in the region and really in the state. It is our most intensely developed center. It is a place that serves and benefits the entire city and region, especially as an employment, cultural, and civic center. Also, in our new comprehensive plan, staying with a more dense and intensely developed central city allows us to keep neighborhood centers in our corridor development at a scale that really works better in those settings while we still meet our overall economic vitality and create great places. By 2035, the city overall is expected to grow by 122,000 households and 140,000 jobs. The West Quadrant share is 23,000 more households, which almost doubles the amount of residential development in the central city, and about 31,000 more jobs on top of the 130,000 jobs that are already in the whole central city. The West Quadrant plan was developed over a year and a half with extensive public involvement and oversight by a 30-person steering committee, and full details on all of our public involvement and outreaches in Appendix F of the document that was submitted to you. And early in the process of developing this plan, we focused on some community charrettes for Goose Hollow, for Chinatown, and for the riverfront, for places where we thought we needed focused attention before we all dived in to really be able to understand community intent in those places. So here's what's actually in the plan document that you received. It includes additions to the central city-wide policies that you all adopt in 2012. So as we did this plan, we found some of the direction that we were getting when we looked at the West Quadrant was really relevant to the whole city, so we've made those amendments. And then for each of the 7 districts that make up the West Quadrant, you have goals, policy, implementing actions in great detail. This plan covers a lot of topics, as you can see from that outline of the report and what's in it. And this stakeholder advisory committee worked through all the details of all of those topics. And in the end, they really wanted us to emphasize the plan also has big ideas. Part of the market distinction of this plan that they thought was worthy was the product of the time they devoted to. And I just want to give you 2 examples to illustrate. First, Waterfront Park and the waterfront. As people looked out to 2035, there was still clear love and commitment for the west side of the water and the waterfront park. This was a signature idea from the 72 plan, and it's still a core element of the West Quadrant. The public was very interested in implementing the ideas in our current waterfront park plan. They were interested in updating that plan as well. And the West Quadrant added ideas that complement the goals for the waterfront, including finding ways to bring more activity along NATO Parkway, to bring more people and activity to the park on a day-to-day basis, to improve access to the river itself while enhancing habitat within the river, and to promote more year-round activity. Another big idea in the plan is called the Green Loop. And so the Green Loop, think of it as a 10-mile urban promenade for walking and biking that invites people to experience Portland Central City in an entirely new way. It's an idea that complements our transit, bike, waterfront path, and street network. It links the east side and the west side. That's a longstanding goal of our central city planning. It links central city destinations in a new way. It would be a different kind of recreational destination, kind of an urban trek through the city, safe, green, active, vibrant, and fun for all ages and ability. That's the Green Loop. There are a lot of ideas and issues and goals in Central City 2035. However, we know from the testimony we've received and from what the Planning and Sustainability Commission heard that the maximum height limits in the Central City are a big item of focus and concern. So right now I'd like to just take a moment to give you a little background on how we manage height and building mass in the Central City. So in the Central City, height is regulated by a specific map in the zoning code, and it's a fairly detailed map, and it includes not just the zoning for the heights related to how much intensity different parts of the Central City are developed, but also has our view corridor analyses, and so that's where you're seeing a lot of the detail that shows up in that map. As we talk about height, there's a few background pieces I want to make sure you're aware of. First, to understand our approach to height in the Central City, you need to understand our uniquely fine-grained block pattern. In our central city, 40% of the central city area is in public right-of-way because we have these fabulous 200 by 200 foot blocks. That's why the central city it seems so walkable, but it also is why it can be difficult to develop at an urban scale in our central city. Because we have these 200 by 200 foot blocks, you don't necessarily perceive the canyons of tall buildings that you see in other cities or that you perceive there, because if you're a pedestrian, every 100 feet, you're never more than 100 feet from a street intersection, which is kind of a window to light and air. But as I said, it also creates challenges for the development of the parcels. Second background fact is that our zoning uses a combination of floor area and height to manage the scale of buildings. And what floor area is the amount of development that you can build on a particular site. And that's a separate map and a ratio that's in the zoning code. And the principle is this, is that the same amount of floor area can produce a single height building over an entire block that's shorter, or if it goes taller, it can squeeze that amount of development onto just a section of the site. And this opens up some flexibility for these difficult to develop sites in the central city, as I was referring to. It creates the opportunity, and we see this all over our central city, of mixing scales of buildings. It creates opportunities to preserve smaller buildings because the development potential for the whole block can be arranged on just part of the block. It creates the opportunity for open space and plazas. So that combination of floor area and height is an essential part of our system. Third background fact is that floor area, height is not the only way that we affect the success of our buildings in the central city. If you need to pay attention to what happens on the ground plane and in the public realm, and we have design review, we have zoning code standards, and we have pedestrian design standards that really take a look at that ground floor, which is where most of us experience the central city to begin with. It's where we get the perception of it as a vibrant, a comfortable, a safe place, and we really understand the scale. You put those ingredients together, that's how you have successful urban design in the central city. So those are elements that I just wanted to make sure you're aware of. And then there's the principles that we've been using since the 80s to allocate height across the central city. And the first of these principles is that where we have our most intense development, we have taller heights. And in our city, that's in our commercial core in our downtown. And basically the way the pattern works is that the heights and the intensity of development sort of tapers down as you move away from that commercial core. The commercial core and the transit mall have been where we focused that over the years. We have places that require special attention, and we step down to those to preserve light and air, and those are our parks and open spaces and waterfront, and you'll see that in the zoning map, and you'll see that in our proposal. We step down to protect view corridors, for instance, from Washington Park to Mount Hood. Those are built into how we allocate height, and we put lower heights on our adopted historic districts to match the character and what we're trying to accomplish those. Finally, we also, as you look at a map of the overall central city, taper down the heights and intensity of development as you get to the edges of the central city and make the transition into our single-family neighborhoods. Finally, and the Planning and Sustainability Commission was particularly interested in this plan, was that additional height and additional floor area ratio should come in return for a public benefit. So they've asked us, where we are talking about height or FAR in this, to consider it as part of a bonus system, which we intend to bring back to you when we bring back the full plan. Okay. So within the plan that you're looking at today, it proposes a limited set of height increases as well as a few height reductions, but on the whole, we have not changed height in the central city. We have not changed FAR in a significant way. On this map, you're seeing the places circled. The yellows are places where we've bumped up heights. The blues are places where we've reduced them. You can see a circle around much of the Pearl District where we're allowing more heights there, but this illustrates a principle that you see in play in a lot of the plan. The community supported greater heights there. But the way you access those greater heights is that you transfer development rights off of smaller historic and/or character buildings. So in the Pearl, that mix of big and small is something they value, and if we can create an economic value for that, it benefits the ability to preserve those smaller buildings. So that's what was reflected in our recommendation for the Pearl, and we did a similar version for that for Centennial Mill, only there what the public benefit will be is enhanced greenway. Second, we did increase heights along the expansion of the light rail corridor all the way down to Lincoln Street and that new station. So we're building on that principle that we've always had of greater intensity of development along the light rail line. We propose to decrease heights along the north and west edges of Chinatown, but increase it on a particular set of blocks within Chinatown. I'm going to talk about that in more detail next. And finally, the plan proposes to increase heights at the bridgeheads. So let's take a look.
If you could just go back to that, what's the rationale for that? Because when you look at the whole waterfront in that section, it seems like there's going to be just those two major bumps.
Well, Commissioner, we're going to get to illustrations in a moment, and I'll return to that question, I promise.
Okay.
But first, the first one of these, we're going to talk about Chinatown, and we're going to talk about the bridgeheads. In Chinatown, the height discussion there centered on the blocks between Cooch and Everett along 4th. So they're shown here in the red square. As I said already, and if you remember that picture of the 88 plan, there was that big red swath that sort of swept up from the central city and went up the transit mall across the Steel Bridge and over into the Lloyd District. That was assumed to be an extension of our commercial core. What we've now done in this plan is rethought what our expectations are for the area north of Burnside and lowered those heights along Gleason, lowered them along 5th. But within Chinatown itself, it's a historic district and one where we focused a good deal of attention on trying to incentivize development to help add to the districts in a ways that improves its economic viability. And the plan proposes to explore for these 3 blocks, increasing the base height from 100 to 150. The principle is, though, to access that additional height, you would need to transfer it off of historic properties within Chinatown. And part of the reason why we think this is viable is that you can shift the height to different parts of the site. So just some illustrations. That block 33, that blue site there, that's between the Goldsmith buildings and the PDC offices along 5th and 4th. It's a full surface parking lot now, and our proposal, or today, at 100 feet and the amount of floor area you could build there, it's demonstrating that principle. You could fill the whole block up. What we're proposing is to consider greater heights, especially on the transit mall side, and a step down along the 4th Avenue side to be able to possibly create a greater incentive for infill development there. And when you look at it from the street level, that's what the sort of current entitlements might look like massing-wise, and here's how you can use the ability to shift height from one part of a site to another to maybe get it to fit into the district better. And as I said, all of this is contingent on a transfer, so it transfers some of the value to existing historic properties. Second, Bridgehead, and this is what Commissioner Fritz was asking about, was Morrison Bridgehead and farther down the Hawthorne Bridgehead. Here the principle was looking at these sites, especially the sites here that are shown in blue are surface lots or underdeveloped parcels today. And as part of wanting to bring more activity to the waterfront on a day-to-day basis, the redevelopment of and the more intense development of sites along NATO was thought to be something we should try to aspire to, and we thought additional height in these targeted locations could contribute to the ability to do that. And also there's this premise that these are where the bridges enter the west side, so if you were looking at the pulses of height along our waterfront, we're still maintaining a step down. It's just that we're allowing more height there. The pulses correspond to these gateways into the central city as well. So today, the height all along that section is 75 feet. So and the blocks we're talking about are bookmarked between Yamhill Historic District and Old Town Historic District. We're proposing on those set of blocks around the ramps to bump up the height to 250, another step behind it to slightly higher, and then it steps up to what it is today in the commercial core, 460 feet.
Is it envisioned that the off-ramps would be moved?
Well, and see, that's part of why we're even creating this option, Commissioner, is this next slide Carl's showing is, just showing the massing. This isn't really architecture. It's really hard to develop those sites with the ramps on them. Conceivably, someone could, but it would be unlikely that they would hit this scale if the ramps are still there. Also, though, those ramps are very important, especially for access onto the freeway for the Central East Side. So that's a sort of ongoing debate that we're going to be studying as we complete the plan. This just creates the possibility of possibly affording to relocate, making it worthwhile to reconsider the configuration of one of those or both of those ramps and be able to pay for it. The other thing about this, and this goes to a point that the Planning and Sustainability Commission made very strongly, is that additional height here would be tied to a bonus. So you'd have to give something to get it, and as a waterfront location, it might have some particular value that can contribute to the affordable housing aspects of the bonus.
Are you going to go into more detail about the heights in Old Town? Slide 21.
We can come back to it, Commissioner. That was all I had on Old
You
Town.
talked about the difference between the 100 feet and 150, but it looked like there's some other changes as well to 250.
Oh, yeah, you want to go back to that, Carl?
Yes, that one. So you've got the 100 to the 150, but then there's this corner little block, which is currently 130, which is going up to 250.
Well,
And then the 250 going to 325.
so what the proposal, well, no, today the block is 250, and what we're proposing in that hashed area that's on either side of the Chinese garden, that's what the green spot is. It's, we're taking another examination of if our step down to that important public place is adequate to protect light and air of the Chinese garden. So what we're saying there is we're going to come back in with a step down around the Chinese garden to accomplish that objective.
And then we're on the block where it says 130.
Right, so if I could jump in, so what we're doing there is actually that would change to 250, and so you have a transition from the office core of 460 to 250 for a half block, and then right down into the 75 feet in Skidmore Historic District. So that's what you're seeing on the proposal, and that's really directly in response to many years, really, of conversations with folks on the Historic Landmarks Commission, from which we took the premise that it's less important to step down to the edge of the historic district than it is to maintain an absolutely uniform height at a low level within the historic district. If you remember back a few years ago, I don't know if you do, but we talked about looking at increasing heights at some surface parking lot sites at the edge of, but within the historic district, and that was very unpopular with the Historic Preservation Committee and the Landmarks Commission. And instead what they asked us to do was say, really outside that historic district boundary, it's much less important to us what happens there. And a stark transition is okay. We actually want to see the place feel very distinctively different once you enter the historic district. So that's responding to that idea.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's the two height proposals I wanted to feature, but I want to talk about two neighborhood as well, where we've gotten a lot of testimony. The West End. We are not proposing any height changes to the West End, which are 250 feet today, pretty much south of Salmon, and 325 with bonuses to the north. The West End is built out, and you can see it in this illustration, with a mix of smaller and taller, older and new buildings. It's the location of some very successful residential infill, such as the Elliott Tower. It has a large number of landmark properties which are protected with a demolition review, and that make sort of redevelopment or the height on those properties somewhat less relevant, and that's what's shown here in the black dots. There's probably more historic landmark eligible properties in the district, but that's just what's designated today. The plan does not propose to change heights, but it does carry in that reexamination of how we get to the heights that are in the district, and we're looking at the same approach that we would talk about in the Pearl, where you can transfer off of a shorter building to get to the heights that you want, thereby creating some economic incentive to preserve some of the character buildings. The second district I wanted to talk about, but actually back to the Goose Hollow too, and what you're looking at there too is the darker red buildings today are over 100 feet, and the rest are below 100 feet. So
Those are existing buildings.
those are existing
Yeah.
buildings. So it's that place, and that's part of its character today. Goose Hollow, again, where no height changes are proposed. We spent a good deal of time talking about the area called the Flats, which is along the light rail line on the northeast corner of Goose Hollow. And there, today, heights are up to 250 feet, I believe, more with bonuses. And up to 75 feet more with bonuses. Also, there's a certain greater heights along Burnside. And you get to the south side of the district, it's 100 feet base plus another 75 feet if you're able to get to the bonuses. And that's predominantly more residential in character on the south side of that district. Next. Oh, and then the other thing that you see here on this slide are those dots with the arrows. One of the things, as I said, when we come back to you with the fine-grained height map, we are going to show you the view quarters and how that impacts these particular areas. And we're undergoing a new analysis of all the view quarters, and we're possibly going to be recommending at consideration of additional view quarters. So even though we're talking in sort of broad swaths about the heights in this district, it's going to be carved up, it's going to be refined by where we put in those view quarters. And you can see that if we were in at least sort of along the southern section there today, that's when you put a view quarter in, what it does to the height map. Same thing's true about the area south along the extension of the transit line. There's a lot of view quarters in there. Okay, two more issues. Affordable housing. The Portland plan set a goal of having the 15% of the affordable housing stock, having 15% of the housing stock affordable citywide. And currently, over 30% of the housing in the central city is affordable at the 80% median family income or less. So the PSC set a very ambitious goal that by 2035, or in 2035, we're still going to have 30% of the housing in the central city affordable to 80% MFI or less households. The current city strategy targets affordable housing around opportunity areas, and the notion is that some of our neighborhoods are rich in transit, they're rich in good schools, they're rich in these things that if for affordable housing residents adds to likelihood of success and lowers their costs. And the Planning Commission sort of focused in on the fact that between the concentration of jobs, and not just the concentration of jobs in general, but the concentration of sort of working class jobs in the central city, concentration of transit. This is a great place to have affordable housing to save households money. So they want to set a more ambitious goal there than they have in the rest of the city. And then finally, environmental issues were discussed a great deal at the Planning and Sustainability Commission, and we worked on them closely with Commissioner Houck and with Bob Salinger from the Audubon. And came up at the end of the day with a package that was soundly supported by both of those and by the PSC. In reviewing the plan, we identified two things that we failed to get into the plan. So there is an amendment that we circulated to you today, and we're acknowledging that we have a central citywide target for riverbank enhancement of 12,600 linear feet. And that we have a central citywide target for riverbank restoration sites of at least 2 or 3 sites. So with that, we believe that the environmental package is the package that the Planning and Sustainability Commission fully endorsed. So as Susan said, we're finishing up the quadrant plans. We're going to then run into writing up the code and bringing all that back to you as the final Central City 2035 plan and implementing code. And with that, I think we're done. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions at the outset for staff? Obviously, there may be many more along the way, but.
After you, Commissioner.
Thank you. One of the things that you didn't mention is the proposal to cap 405, and I see that as an action item. I'm wondering, and I'm interested to hear from the community as to how much of a priority that really is in comparison with the other things. I'm going to need time after today's hearing, and I really appreciate the mayor saying that we're not going to be voting today to take more testimony and such. This is a very important plan. I want to take a lot of time to go through it. I'm going to be checking through all of the items that Portland Parks and Recreation is designated as the lead on for the next 2 to 5 years to see, can we feasibly do that in our work plan? Because it's very important to me that we not promise things that actually we're not going to be able to do. So I'd like to hear how much discussion there was of capping 405 as an example.
Okay, on the capping of 405, there was a good deal of discussion, and the premise this time that maybe is distinction from how we've talked about it in the past is it was talked about in sort of a very strategic kind of intervention around a few locations on the 405, primarily often in association with a possible redevelopment at Lincoln High School, if that ever comes to be. But what we discovered when we did the Northeast Quadrant was even ODOT was acknowledging at Broadway and Weidler, the most cost-effective solution for them to cover up that trench and to do the changes that they want to do to the freeway was to cap it there, basically. So it seems extraordinary. This is a notion that it could make a big difference for reading the continuity of the central city across the 405 if and when we get to reconstruction of those ramps or reconstruction of those parts of the freeway. We wanted to keep it, the community really wanted to keep it on the table as an option that was considered.
So that is something that I noticed we have reporters covering. I'd be interested to hear from folks in the rest of the city. Is that a priority for use of or asks to the federal and state governments? So that's one thing I'm interested in. Another that I'd like to hear community comment on is about the choosing Jefferson Street rather than Burnside as the main street from the west end to Goose Hollow. Interested in that. The specifics in some of the zoning proposals, we just got done with discussing Block 7, and I see there's a rezoning of the block west of Providence Park to CXD. Wondering how much community conversation there has been about that. So I won't go into all of my detailed concerns. I am, however, overall concerned about the relationship to the river, and in the policy for that, there isn't the specific language that was directed when we had the concept plan discussion, which was in the resolution about the step down to the river. And so I again, want to hear community comments about that.
You're talking about height and building step down, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's in the current comprehensive plan that we have a principle of step down to the river. When you're walking along NATO, it's very clear that we've followed that nicely, and you get the sense of a broad open space and a gradual ramp up to the transit mall, for example. So I want to make sure that that's not lost. And one of the reasons I'm mentioning that now is that this was discussed when we had the hearing in October of 2012, but because it wasn't in the documented concept plan at that time, the specific language wasn't added to the concept plan, it was added to the resolution, and it's not then captured in this document. So I want to make sure when we come back for the comprehensive plan, I see a solid policy with that in it.
Good. Other questions, things to flag? Commissioner Frisch?
Thank you, Mayor. Joe, a slide that you showed us earlier really got my attention in the briefing and tonight, and that's 2035, 30% of all the housing affordable to people making 0 to 80% of median family income. And just to put that in context, at 60% of median family income, we're talking about people who make $29,000 a year single, and we're talking about families of 4 that make $42,000. I think the MFI stuff always seems like an abstraction, so I try to put the face on it. And you can then extrapolate who are the workers and people in our community that need housing that is targeted to them. This will not be the first time the council adopts a grand vision with a commitment that is as bold as that. And the last time we had this conversation was, courtesy of the mayor and the housing commissioner, we talked about Northeast Portland. And we talked about the Albina plan, and a generation later, a whole community displaced. And we talked about a huge deficit in affordable housing. So I previewed this question to you before the hearing because I was sincerely interested in getting your response. But why are you confident in this plan that we can reach these lofty goals? And in addition, what does this council have to do to make sure that we reach those goals?
So even when we discussed this at the Planning and Sustainability Commission, Commissioner, I think we all acknowledge that the means, how you get to that goal, we had not figured out. It wasn't sort of, you're not going to find it in that plan. We're working on things like bonuses, but bringing more resources to the table clearly is probably a core part of that of the ability to do that. Because what we're talking about is over the next 20 years, 6,900 more units, affordable units in the if we get our 23,000. So that's a lot. That's more than we produce today on a regular basis. So it's a resource question in part. And so the commission thought that especially for working poor households, the Central City is a great location to be able to be housed, to be able to live, because it saves you a lot of money. It offers a lot of opportunities. So they wanted to mark the distinction of how important they thought it was to include in the Central City. They wanted to mark the distinction that today it's almost 35% of the households in the Central City are affordable at that level. So we're staying the path, but the specific means were not identified. It's an aspirational big challenge, and I'm sure Commissioner Baugh is going to talk about that too.
So what I would really appreciate as we go through this is that you help us be as prescriptive as possible about what it's going to mean. Commissioner Saltzman has put this voluntary bonus plan for affordable housing on the table. We applaud him for doing so, but that's going to be a market-based tool. The council has put in its legislative agenda lifting the preemption on inclusionary zoning. That's a tool, but it doesn't solve the problem. We have some TIF, but the tax increment financing dollars are a declining resource. Short of a miracle, we're not going to get more money from the federal government. And so we've got this great big goal, and if we get it right, it's going to go to the question that Dan posed at the beginning about what kind of city we're going to look like in a generation. So it's really big. I think it's safe to say that prior councils have had those good intentions of getting this right, but we've fallen a little short, sometimes for reasons beyond our control, and sometimes because it's just very hard when you're swinging for the fences. And on this plan, I really urge you to be as prescriptive as possible and to lay out for us on a regular basis how we do a check-in and how we measure success. And towards that end, I went back and reread the no net loss policy that the council adopted in 2001, and it's like a walk down memory lane because Dan Saltzman and Eric Stan brought it forward and the mayor voted for it. And it was a wonderful document saying we're going to protect housing in the West, in downtown, but particularly in the West End. One of the things it said was we've got to make sure we preserve 705 units of Section 8 expiring use properties that are at risk. This council preserved every goddamn one of them. And it was laid out in a document that these two guys put out there and set as a goal, and we did it. And that is something to be applauded, but it doesn't always happen, despite best intentions. So I urge you to be as prescriptive as possible and focused about what action items we have to take to get there, because the goal is smashing. And along that way, I want to offer just two other observations. We ought to have the debate about whether 80% is where the need is or whether we should cap it at 60%. The no net loss policy said our most urgent need is 0 to 60%. If we're going to lift the ceiling, let's have that debate, and let's debate it on the basis of a needs assessment, not on the basis of just conjecture. What's the need? And the second thing I want to just offer as an observation, you have a lot of action plans in this plan. We could spend an entire day discussing which action item should get the star first and be the first year 2 through 5, and that's obviously not a science. We're gonna talk that through. But I'll give you one example where I see a potential values proposition we ought to debate at some point. In the West End implementation plan for housing in neighborhoods, and the West End was the centerpiece of the no net loss policy because we used to have a lot of hotels there that had very low income people and vulnerable properties. You've prioritized creating incentives for the development of family housing over preserving existing affordable housing. I don't know whether that's right. We know that a family housing is more expensive. I'm not sure whether that's where families would choose to live if they had other options. I don't know that. You might. But you might argue that in year one, we ought to focus on preserving what we have, because the one thing I think we're all concerned about this plan is that it's going to stimulate development and market forces, and we know from history that market forces displace poor people. So I would think that preservation, quantifying at-risk building and preserving ought to come ahead of building family housing, absent some evidence that the family housing market there is robust and we can do it. I might want to preserve what we have because I suspect there's going to be a lot of pressure on the existing stock of affordable housing. And we know it takes an enormous focus to preserve vulnerable properties. And that's embedded throughout. There's 0 to 80 and family housing prioritized ahead of other kinds of housing. I just think that's an important debate, and I hope we can have it, because I think we might want to retweak that one. But my big plea is, if we're going to do something different here, we have limited tools at the back end to fix problems. We have the opportunity to get this right and have a downtown unlike any other downtown. But we've got to have clear metrics. We have to have clear goals. And the council has to say at the front end, this is not something where in 2035 we're going to have a future council say, gosh, sorry we missed this opportunity. We want to be here in 2035 and say we kept our promise. And we need you to keep us on track.
Good point. Thank you very much. Other points or questions at this juncture?
I have one big, vague question, which is there any relationship between the decisions we make about building heights and our goals around climate action? Will any of those height-related decisions have any impact at all on our climate actions and goals?
In the broad sense, yes, because by having more population near transit and able to take transit will reduce transportation. Transportation is 40% of our carbon emissions. In terms of new construction versus old, there's a debate. But in general, people living in smaller spaces in more densely arranged buildings, multifamily versus living in single family spread out are going to use a lot less energy.
Good. Great. Thank you all very much. I'm sure we'll have more. Sorry.
Excuse me, Mayor. Commissioner Bailey.
Yes,
is
I'm
on
going to
the
call
timer.
Commissioner Bailey next, and then our two representatives of the PSC. So Commissioner Jules Bailey is here on behalf of Multnomah County. Welcome.
Mary's been waiting so long, he grew a beard.
Not that long yet. Did go a little gray though in the.
Just wait, we've been in this job for a while.
Yeah.
You have to make that comment with 5 middle-aged people sitting up there. It'd be great.
Touche. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for getting me in here and allowing me to get back for the Home for Everyone Coordinating Board that I know is a priority for you all as well. For the record, my name is Jules Bailey, and I'm here today in support of the West Quadrant Plan and many of the planning goals and the policy objectives that were developed during this process. As you know, Multnomah County Chair Kafori and I submitted a letter that largely mirrors my comments today, so you have the substantive part of my message before you in writing. Portland's west side is a vibrant mix of housing, high-rise office space, innovative transit options, entertainment and art venues, public spaces, and parks. And unlike many other cities in the United States, Portland and the metro region have focused our growth inward. We believe that many of the successes of our urban area are due to this purposeful planning, and we support the added focus that the West Quadrant Plan will bring to this area. And I think as an illustration, one only need to look at my district in Multnomah County, District 1, to see the effect of some of our land use policies. My district includes the west side of Multnomah County as well as some of Inner East Side. And our urban growth boundary has helped to keep farmlands in the rural areas of my district productive and still farming. And the urban area is growing dense and up and accommodating a mix of infill and urban green spaces to keep the city vibrant and livable. These choices, and they have been choices, have gotten us here, and they have been deliberate. And as we approach now another decision point, we have an opportunity to think for the future once again and for generations of Portlanders to come. And I have to add, as an urban planning geek, this is a really exciting time. Multnomah County shares the city's goal for this area of Portland, to be a healthy, thriving, and sustainable community that provides family wage jobs, affordable housing, and recreation areas for all members of our community. And I come to you with two particular lenses beyond that conceptual continuation of our forward-thinking land use planning policies in the urban growth boundary. First, around housing more people in the core. We support the plan's goals to allow for needed future residential development capacity for all income levels. As I mentioned, the Home for Everyone Executive Committee, which is a partnership between cities of Portland and Gresham, Multnomah County, Home Forward, and Meyer Memorial Trust, is committed to providing an urgent and coordinated response to ending homelessness in our city and region. Our region's low vacancy rate, increasing rents, and lack of tools to increase the supply of affordable housing makes this work extremely difficult, as you know. Not only is downtown an attractive place to build a wide range of housing options, it is also a great place to wrap around those kinds of housing support services that we need to support families and individuals. In addition, Multnomah County owns many public buildings and provides many public services in this project area, and we also receive property taxes from private property in the area. We are working on the site selection for a new and much-needed courthouse and are developing a new health department headquarters that can meet the demands of modernized public health. Both of these buildings will be in the west quadrant for multiple reasons, but buildability and the access to transportation and other amenities are some of the paramount criteria as we look at developing those projects. So in short, we support the plan's goals for population density and maintaining or increasing as appropriate building height. And as we grow as a region over the coming decades, we know that well-designed, dense, mixed-use urban communities can promote livability, reduce transportation and housing costs, improve equity, and make our streets safer. And to Commissioner Novik's earlier point, they are also fundamental to our climate responsibilities. After the plan is adopted, Multnomah County looks forward to collaborating with the city on city-county priorities in the plan related to transportation, public safety, emergency management, housing and homelessness, and sustainability. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your cooperation and coordination with what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, before we lose you,
Yeah.
do you have a quick update on the status of the new health department building and a timeline for development?
Commissioner, unfortunately don't have that for you right now, but I would be happy. My staff is here, and we'll make sure that you get that update immediately.
The other piece that's buried in this plan is Multnomah County has asked for some additional height at the location that the city has made available, Block U2.
Mm-hmm.
And could we also get some clarity about why the additional height is necessary?
Absolutely. I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, then let's call our two volunteer leaders here. Mr. Baugh, Ms. Schultz, come on up. Thank you both. You can keep playing musical chairs for as long as you like.
I think we all want to get on with it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Catherine Schultz. As a co-chair on the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee, or SAC, and the vice chair on the Planning and Sustainability Commission, or PSC, I've had the privilege to be deeply involved in the evolution of this plan for the last couple of years. You'll likely hear testimony about the SAC process, so I'd like to provide a little bit of background on that. The SAC was comprised of a diverse group of 33 individuals selected by an application process. In addition, there are many individuals who are not formally on the SAC, but attended every single meeting and participated by testifying at every single meeting. They all, both the SAC members and those people who came to all of our meetings, dedicated a significant amount of time to the creation of this plan. The SAC process began with the challenge for Mayor Hales to think big, and as Joe outlined, we did. The work evolved throughout 4 phases. We began with the generation of ideas and issues, and then we moved into conceptual development for the entire West Quadrant, and on to plan development for the districts within the West Quadrant. We concluded with developing the goals, policies, and actions that are needed to support the plan. A majority of the SAC supported the plan, but there was not unanimous consensus on all parts of it. Therefore, the SAC agreed to move the plan forward to the PSC with the minority report, which outlined environmental and building height issues that remained a concern for some of the individuals. And I'll address those next. Regarding the environmental concerns, several members of the SAC did not feel that the plan went far enough in protecting and improving our natural resources. This was echoed at the PSC, and it resulted in strengthening of the language around protection of natural resources through higher standards for many items, including green infrastructure, development within the floodplain, and tree canopy targets. Regarding building heights, you will hear negative testimony regarding building heights. It should be noted that both the SAC and the PSC listened to thoughtful testimony that led to extensive, informed, meaningful discussions on building height, and both bodies arrived at the exact same conclusion. Throughout both the SAC and the PSC deliberations, there were 3 targeted areas of discussion. Joe outlined them: Old Town Chinatown, the Bridgeheads, and West End. I think it should be noted that there was little to no discussion of the building heights at Goose Hollow during the SAC process. In Old Town Chinatown, there was support for greater height on the 3 designated blocks. It was agreed that this is necessary to finally get a very catalytic project moving forward in the district that desperately needs it. That being said, the support came with the caveat that design guidelines for the district be developed and adopted to ensure that the character of the neighborhood is preserved. At the Bridgehead, Portland has a long-standing policy of stepping down to the river, so reaction to the idea of taller buildings at the Bridgehead kind of raised people's eyebrows. But throughout discussion and deliberation, it was recognized that allowing taller buildings at the Bridgeheads will increase the development flexibility in those very hard-to-develop sites. And development on these sites will address numerous plan goals, policy, and actions that call for kind of a renewed participation along the Willamette River Greenway. There are very few opportunity sites left within kind of the central and south end of Nido Avenue that allow people to live along our river. And people living along our river's edge will create 24/7 activation. By encouraging development at the Bridgeheads, we can increase the potential of this activation happening. Finally, at the West End, this plan does not change building heights at the West End. There was much testimony and debate on the request by some members of the West End community to reduce the building heights at the West End, but both the SAC and the PSC supported not changing the heights. The West End is ideally located in the heart of downtown with excellent access to transportation, jobs, schools, and groceries. Decreasing heights would have an effect on this potential density, which goes directly against our comprehensive plan goals of supporting and increasing growth around centers that have the infrastructure to support greater density. Aside from these few but important concerns, there was much support, enthusiasm, and agreement for most of the plan. Some highlights of our agreement include activating the Willamette Riverway with a 21st century urban riverfront, embracing zoning tools that increase flexibility and allow more mixing of office, retail, residential within districts as well as buildings. As an architect, I can tell you that while this concept seems pretty basic here in Portland, it's actually pretty revolutionary to many cities and towns. Other areas of agreement include designing our streets with more intention towards the activities that they need to support, creating the green loop that Joe talked about, a signature 10-mile walking and biking parkway, developing effective tools to accommodate growth while preserving historic, cultural, and environmental resources, ensuring that underrepresented and underserved populations have access to the benefits of our central city, and last but by no means least, reducing carbon emissions to reinforce our city's place as a model for low-carbon sustainable development. Commissioner Fritz, regarding the 405 capping, I think the SAC would say we all recognized it was extremely aspirational, but also in the locations that it was proposed, very important for connectivity within the central city to the other parts of the city on the other side of 405.
And did you discuss the issue that there isn't an infinite amount of money in WESH? If we did have additional transportation dollars, should they go to 405 or should they go to other transportation infrastructure elsewhere?
We did not necessarily debate, how to prioritize, no, at all, not at the SAC level. There's still some topic areas that need to be addressed in the plan, such as the Willamette Greenway, parking, bonus system, And this work will continue, and it will come together when we complete the Central City Plan. Therefore, the SAC recommends moving this plan forward with approval of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Andre Bob, Planning Sustainability Chair, Mayor, Council. Before you today is a major component of moving our central city forward. What you will hear are policies of how our downtown skyline may change and look, the importance of historical preservation, stronger environmental policies, recognition that parts of our downtown districts have unique character and need to be, relative to their culture, and a reaffirming and elevation of the affordable housing in our central city. And I'm going to recap kind of the deliberations, I think, are the high points, and then I'd like to touch on the housing and talk a little more about that. The housing discussion, we recognized there was a need to elevate housing in a critical need in our downtown, directing resources, doing business differently, and ensuring that our vulnerable populations had opportunity to afford to live in our central city. So we've set a goal that's been discussed, the 30% of all housing production, and the 0 to 80%. And I will talk to that a little bit later about how we looked at the 0 to 80%. But there's a simple principle that people who work in Portland's core should be able to afford to live in Portland's core. And that's just, if you work down here, you should be able to live down here, or at least have that opportunity. Height, you heard Catherine talk about height. One of the key components of height, when we looked at height, that came out of it, and this is part of the future work, is what can we get from height when we look at the bonus systems and the FARs? So what, in terms of livability components, can we contribute to the downtown from a height discussion? So especially at the bridgeheads, I don't think it's fair to characterize there was not a real enthusiasm for doing the height, but there was an enthusiasm for taking that height and converting that value to some livability components that may be affordability of housing and other things that contribute to a better downtown. So it wasn't an automatic, we wanted a lot of height at the waterfront. It was what can we get out of that height that helped contribute to the downtown? And that comes through the zoning code and the bonuses and FAR discussions that will come on later. The environment in the Willamette River, again, we weren't happy with what we heard initially. So Catherine has talked about how we've strengthened the policy language, added action items, and addressed flooding and other impacts. But I think that is a great start to a stronger discussion around the environment in our central city core. Third, there's an opportunity as we look at the taller buildings down in the historic Chinatown, Japantown Historic District. Again, how do we ensure that Joe talked about design standards, and how do we ensure that we have, part of that was we wanted standards that met the cultural competency, I guess, of that area, that said we just didn't want taller buildings, we wanted buildings that were pedestrian friendly, but that also respected the cultural significance of those areas. So that's part of the follow-on work that comes with the height that hopefully gets us buildings that are culturally sensitive to the areas. Redevelopment of parking lots, we had a discussion about that. I think the plan provides us to really develop a strategy going forward of how do we implement those and get those active versus just being parking lots in the future. I think the SAC had a very vigorous discussion of that, and we had part of that discussion too, but we did not get to zoning them out or anything like that, but really moving forward with some kind of strategy to achieve that ultimately through the plan. So that's really a development. And I would say at the end here, it really is now for us to come back with a full city plan that will come back in about a year or so. That's the full city, all the quadrants, and work through some of the bonus systems, some of the zoning codes, and so you have those action items in place to look at a complete plan. And so this is a major component moving forward, but we still have a lot of work to do, and the Planning Commission will come back with a complete plan in the future. At that time also, minor issues that may need to be addressed through code work can be addressed at that time also. Specifically to the housing discussion, not in front of you today, but coming in front of you a little bit later in another month, we looked at housing and said, housing, we bifurcated the 0 to 80. So we have said as a commission, the 0 to 60 should be directed toward funds. That's where the city's funds should go. And the 60 to 80 or 61 to 80 is where alternative tools should be developed so that actual money the city has, whether it's TIF or whatever type of money, is actually going to the 0 to 60 with the highest need. And then other tools may be used for that 61 to 80. We also recognize that you need to get a different toolbox and get a lot of tools in the toolbox because you don't have resources today. And what is it going to take? I'm not really sure, but there's a lot of people looking at this problem. I think today there's not only the city has, but there's other committees out there that are nonprofits looking at that. What will it take to get more affordable housing in our downtown core? And as a commission, as the chair of the commission, I think we're committed, and I tell you, I'm committed to bringing back something to you that says, this is how we think we can get there. It's going to be a toolbox. It's not one, I don't think there's a crescent wrench in there that solves this problem, but I think it's a full toolbox of tools that are not only bonuses, but I've talked to PDC about their toolbox. What can we do with them? I want to make sure that we uncover whatever those items are. And we also want to talk about accountability. I think it's important that we examine long-term, are we meeting the goal and do we need to make other changes? So maybe every 2 or 3 years, there's a review of how we're doing against the 30% and how many units have we produced? And can we take advantage of market forces if they're moving slower or faster from that standpoint based upon our toolkit that we've put together? But I don't know that there's an answer today, and I certainly, as a commissioner of the Planning Sustainability, and committing to go work on those answers we have a comp plan that has a housing component, and we will be working there, and then we will be coming back through the comp plan with that part of the housing, plus the Central City will be coming back also that will have a housing component.
Mr. Chairman, can I engage you on that point for a
Yes.
second? First of all, thank you for clarifying the housing goals. In fact, on page 43 of this outstanding document, it does note that you have proposed housing affordability at 0 to 80 generally, but you've also been very clear that the public investment, the city's resources should be focused on 0 to 50.
Yeah.
And that's why these new tools in our toolkit, Commissioner Saltzman's proposal for a bonus system that's voluntary, potentially inclusionary zoning and other things. So thank you for clarifying that. And under the old no net loss policy, there was a requirement of both an inventory and an annual report of where we stood to the inventory. And I think your idea of updating the inventory, and part of that is agreeing on the methodology, because we have a wonderful report from Northwest Pilot Project, but not everybody subscribes to the methodology. So I think A, establish the baseline methodology, and then B, do an annual or every other year report and see where we are. Because the 30% of total housing is not just prospective, it's not new construction, it's 30% of all the housing that is there in 2035. So I concur that a report with some predictability is a good idea. And then I just offer this sobering observation that the chart that the data that accompanied the 2000 resolution on no net loss and the numbers, I got the backup stuff, and just by way of context, in 1978, there were 5,200 affordable units downtown. In 2014, there are 3,200. So there was like an extraordinary amount of energy and effort and intent to protect the housing stock. But we are not more powerful than the marketplace. And I think that the more check-ins we build into this and the more intentionality, the better, because we're going to unleash market forces through this exercise that are going to make it harder.
Yeah. I would say two things. First, that what Saltzman, Commissioner Saltzman has proposed through the resolution is kind of the start of that process, because we need to get those tools developed first before we, I mean, it's great to measure, but you got to have something to measure. And the work that, and when I commit, the commission, we show up to a meeting every 2 weeks, but it's really Susan and her staff that's working with the Housing Bureau and community groups to engage in that policy. The other side of that, and really the follow-on, is engaging the development community in an active discussion about what tools work, maybe not for them today, but over time. And I think, there's examples in Seattle has passed some things, in other cities, Boston, that start to look at, how do you bring all those tools together as a city and work with the development community to achieve the goals. And we have to get that private partnership active as we go forward. And that in part is part of the solution to me, is the private partnerships that we need to bring to the table along with the public money.
Well, and you've also been keeping our feet to the fire about spending urban renewal dollars and meeting housing goals, so I appreciate that. One other question, sir. There's a proposal to add some additional height to some properties in Old Town Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one site in particular that's had some fits and starts in trying to get some development going. Once upon a time, I think there was an Awai that was proposed, and other things. You're proposing some additional height. What's the safeguard to the community that if we give the additional height, the building will be will fit within the fabric of a historic area?
Again, back to my comments about we are looking to put some design guidelines in that would ensure that there's design character consistent with the area where the building's being proposed. And so those pedestrian standards and the design guidelines that Joe had on the screen are what will come, that we have future work to do to create that, work with the community to say, what are those standards? We don't have those today.
These would be an overlay over and above the Central City Design Guidelines that we already have?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a very important piece. And would you say that the principal driver of that additional height in that area is making some redevelopment economical, or a view about the urban form?
You want to touch on that a little bit?
I'd say it's both. So I guess in the interest of same potential conflict of interest, my firm worked on the Wajimaya project, and I can tell you that it did not pencil out economically without being able to get more volume on the site.
I think the city was approached about a pretty substantial investment in that project, and there was a big gap, I remember.
Correct. So it's both, but I also think it's a district in our neighborhood with a lot of historic significance, and so paying attention to the details and how a project gets massed up, whether it steps down and how it meets the street, is extremely important.
Other questions?
Other questions? Thank you both for all the work that
Mr.
you
Mayor, I
put
do
into
have-
this.
I
Oh,
do
sorry,
have
go
one
ahead, sir.
question, and this is it's a specific question, but it's addressed to the general question of when we adopt an aspirational goal that seems like it would cost some money, what are the implications of that? And the specific example looking at is page 99. It says, create unique urban riverfront with centerpiece at Centennial Mills, develop a uniquely urban riverfront that features an iconic segment of the Greenway Trail with a, quote, jewel, end quote, civic space at Centennial Mills, framed by a high-density development along the riverfront. Now, I've heard that people have ideas for Centennial Mills that would cost $40 million, and I just, which I don't know whether we have or not, and I'm just curious, if we adopt this, what does that mean? Does that mean that we think that we should spend $40 million at Centennial Mills, or it just means it would be nice to have a jewel at a low price, or what would it mean for us to adopt that, in your view?
In my view, it means that the city is going to go through a process to look at that property and decide how to develop it as a jewel, defining whatever that jewel is. I mean, it's eye of the beholder, but I would say it's just not saying we're going to spend $40 million. It's saying the city's going to go through a process and deliberately try to develop that property and make an intent to do that. Whether or not you actually develop it becomes down to economics, but at least make an attempt to explore the possibility.
And Commissioner, if you look on page 101, then there are the implementation action items, and that was where I was going before with my comments about whether Portland Parks and Recreation can actually do everything that's been assigned to it, as RC7 says, explore the possibility of building a public boathouse for Portland Parks and Recreation, and the timeline is 2 to 5 years. If we were to do that, if we adopt it as is, we would be required to put that into our CIP and start figuring out how to fund it. So I'm very concerned, and I encourage you to go through all of the action items to see which, because I want to be realistic about what we can promise and what is truly aspirational. And I know we want to get to public testimony, but I just have to frame this because I was on the Planning Commission when we adopted the North Macadam Framework Plan, which is somewhat similar to this. There was an action item about explore the potential for a gondola between OHSU and the then North Macadam District. I asked about that as a planning commissioner, and the response was pretty much, isn't this a lovely idea to think about? And then as it came, the tram came into being, I was told, well, you already adopted that. It's in the plan. So, the time to complain was then. So I want to be really clear when I think we should take the time to be careful and to be clear about when it's a lovely idea and when it's something that we're actually planning to do.
Yeah, let me put this in the air for both our later discussion and maybe some reaction now from our two volunteers. But I take, my ears are open to these comments about the need to ground what's in these aspirational plans to implementation strategies that can actually work. I'm not sure if you're right that just because it's in the plan, it has to go into the CIP when it says explore the possibility of building something. Remember that the 1988 Central City Plan had a dotted line in it that said future urban circulator. That was as detailed as it got. It's now the Portland streetcar. So, it's okay, in my opinion, to have some stretch goals and not fully formed visionary ideas in a plan. It also is important to know which are which. So I take your point, but I don't think we should, not every item in a 20-year plan should be directly attached to a budget proposal.
If it's in the 2 to 5 years, though.
Well, okay, so maybe it's in the wrong time block, but over the course of 20 years, some of this stuff will prove to be doable and some of it won't. And again, I don't want us to be too short-term in our thinking about the plan. So maybe it's where it lies in the time scale rather than that we have to get some specificity about how we're going to fund something in each instance. So for what it's worth, I'm sure you've debated these points.
Well, just a little bit of perspective from the SAC, I would say that's certainly an example as well as some others where I think we all recognize as a group that more time needed to be put into determining whether it was a good idea or not, as great and aspirational as it sounded. So when we said explore, it meant explore it in the next 2 to 5 years and then determine if you move forward with it. That was the intent, and maybe it's not clear and it needs to be made more clear.
Yeah, as I've learned with parks, even the exploring part requires staff time in order to do that exploration and a public process to plan for something, and that's not currently in our plans.
Yep.
And again, because we have to look at what does the city need citywide and where do we dedicate limited resources. So anyway, thank you very much. I really appreciate
Mr. Fritz,
the good work.
the
here.
question you raised reminds me of just a quick personal story. When I was a teenager, my father was very keen on me getting confirmed. And the culmination of this religious process was I'd have to recite the Nicene Creed in front of a lot of people. And I expressed to him at the time some misgivings because I was a little unclear about my religious impulses at the time. And he said, well, don't worry about that. Do this now, and then later on you can decide whether you want to become religious. So it was like there's a window of opportunity to get this out of the way, and then at some point. But I appreciate the colloquy between my colleagues because, for example, I would like to, at the appropriate time, make suggestions about maybe moving the sequencing and prioritization. But I think it's also important that we qualify our support for this plan in that, as you suggested, Mayor, it's aspirational. And we want to make sure that there's some things that are very specific. There are other things that are more, aspirational. And I think if we're clear about that, we'll give ourselves the room to do to lead the budgeting of our bureaus and make recommendations and not be, necessarily bound by every single aspirational goal in the plan. So I think it's a fantastically important question.
One of the things that we got a education about when we started the comp plan was about language, and we've become very deliberate about develop, explore, recommend. And I think it's a great observation that what does explore mean relative to your budgets. And so there may be another word that gets you there without having to expend money. And we've taken that as, we've had a lot of discussions about just a single word. And so I would encourage you to, I think our city attorney had us go through those words of what they meant.
Good. Well, thank you both. Anything else for these two? Thank you very much for all
Thank
the
you.
time you've invested in this so far. Thanks. All right, I think unless there are any other issues to discuss now, we'll move right into public testimony. And Carla, if you would.
Mayor, can I ask you a procedural question?
Sure.
If any of your colleagues have amendments or ideas throughout this process, is it your intention to collect those after this hearing and to bring them back at a future hearing?
I think that would be most orderly. One, we're going to keep the record open unless it's something that you need to get people to comment on right now.
No, I think the testimony is going to suggest some modifications, as long as we're clear that we can bring them at a subsequent proceeding.
Yeah, it's our intention to take testimony, close the public hearing, and then allow further time for written testimony to come in and for council to be able to propose amendments.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, let's take testimony.
Okay, we have about 69 people signed.
Okay, let's plunge in.
Okay, with the first three, please come on up, are Willie Levinson, Craig McConchie, and Wendy Aram, and they'll be followed by Mary Vogel, Bob Solinger, and Patricia Gardner.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Just need to give us your name. No need for an address unless you're representing an organization.
Willie Levinson, Human Access Project. Address? No? Okay.
No need.
I submitted testimony and had a chance to talk with staff from everybody's office, either directly or through email. My comments are, I guess, the most important part of my 2 pages of comments, which I really hope you guys will have an opportunity to see and consider, is that there has been a change with Portland's relationship with the Willamette River thanks to the Big Pipe project. First, I'd like to suggest that this is added to the history section of this planning document. It was completely omitted. And I think, the history section probably would be considered superfluous in a lot of situations, but it guides why people have thought about maybe the Willamette River in the past and what has maybe changed about it. We now have among the highest sewer bills in the country. One thing we can point to is the Willamette is now safe for swimming and recreation. I think it's a great message to bring out, and specifically around the big pipe, I think that planning in the past has really aspired to create a better human connection to the Willamette River, but it has settled for visual access and a lot of opportunities, possibly because if the Willamette was viewed as an open sewer, maybe people would just want to look at it and maybe not get into it. Now, it's vetted scientifically safe, as long as there's not a combined sewer overflow. Now there's only about 4 a year in the wintertime rather than 50 to 100. So I'd consider to strengthen the document. It might help if there's an actual definition of public human access versus visual access. And one other thought is that really big ideas, oftentimes we can get stuck. I mean, at what point will we be able to do something with the Willamette River? There was 7 studies in the last 11 years related to the Willamette River. So how do we start? How do we actually start? What are the first steps? And what I would say is that unsexily, the things that Human Access Project has in mind does not cost $20 million. We would like to slowly court the public to fall in love with the Willamette River to allow the big projects to happen.
Thank you, Will. Thanks very much. Wendy, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Wendy Rahm, a West End resident. Bill Moyers recently devoted a full program to the immorality of tall towers in the struggle between the moneyed few and our history and livability. Who owns the light on the street? We all know that Portland used to lead. In the 70s and 80s, it stopped urban planners from building freeways through neighborhoods. It's time to stop another 80s policy, that of building tall towers everywhere. Urban planning has evolved beyond tall towers to livability, from top-down planning to street-level planning. It's time to stop and consider our generation's legacy. Are these proposed heights about the emerging dollarocracy? We need a fresh look at the West End, not just as a place to build 20, 30, and 40-story buildings that encourage demolition for density, but as a place that tells us about us, a historic human-scale area branding Portland as unique. I'm sure you've seen the many travel articles specifically on the West End in flight magazines and in the New York Times. There is a distinct character in the West End. Don't destroy the goose that lays the golden egg. The past is present in the West End's over 100 historic buildings, and these should coexist with future economic aspirations and livability. The high concentration of West End historic buildings are mostly unprotected today from demolition. If they go one by one, affordable housing and affordable offices will disappear, as well as the stories these buildings tell us. We are in the middle of Portland's story. Without its beginning, the story will lose its shape and meaning, even its soul. Let international investors build tall towers and leave, and it's no longer our story. Do not let profits be the story in the West End. Too much is at stake. One final thought, perhaps these decisions should not be made only by moneyed interests and policymakers. Residents' voices can matter, but there was no West End resident on the SAC. We are not opposed to increasing density. 8-story buildings on the many parking lots will add plenty of density and likely meet goals within a margin of error. I urge you to vote to lower the maximum building heights in the West End to 100 feet. Thank you for listening.
Wendy, thank you. Do you think that there's not sufficient protection on the existing historic buildings in addition to the height issue itself? I mean, I understand your point on the height issue, but do you
There are
think
two kinds of existing buildings in the West End. One are actually on the National Register, but the large majority of them are unprotected buildings. And you all have a copy of the inventory that I did a couple years ago. There are over 100 of them. And they are not, most of them are not protected at all. And we are seeing that.
Because it's not a district and they're not on the register, right?
That's exactly right. And we're seeing them go one by one, very storied buildings, because the Design Commission, of course, doesn't address history.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hales, Commissioners. My name is Craig McConaughey. I am here in support of the draft of the West Quadrant Plan and opposed to the granting of a continuance or delay of the hearing. I've been a property and business owner in the Goose Hollow neighborhood for 30 years. I own a building on 15th and Southwest Taylor, in which my company, CNR Real Estate Services, operates. I want to see my neighborhood reach its full potential and I'm convinced that the West Quadrant Plan as drafted will achieve this. I joined the Goose Hollows Foothills League in September 2011 and participated in the Vision Realization Committee since its inception. This committee was formed specifically to provide input to the board regarding the West Quadrant Plan. I attended 25 out of 33 meetings held. After more than 2 years of dedicated work, the Goose Hollow Principles document was formulated by the committee and presented to the Board of Directors, which subsequently adopted the Principles Statement. A new Goose Hollow Foothills League board was recently elected. They are in disagreement with not only to the content of the Goose Hollow section of the West Quadrant Plan, but the process in which the previous board came to endorse the Principles document. I can testify that the Vision Realization Committee, to my knowledge, conducted itself in a thoroughly transparent and open manner, encouraging input from all attendees and invited guest speakers. Committee meetings were regularly published and submitted for review by the entire neighborhood association. Committee discussions and decisions were not unduly influenced by developers trying to change zoning in their favor. To the contrary, most of our time was spent discussing how to improve the livability and vitality of the Goose Hollow neighborhood. Height limits and flexible zoning were openly discussed, along with view corridors and the desire to encourage the type of development that would benefit the neighborhood. I support the recommendations put forward in the draft West Quadrant Plan. Development has lagged in this neighborhood, and the need for more flexible zoning is very apparent. I oppose the granting of the continuance or delay. Revisiting the goals and objectives at this late date that had been drafted openly and publicly serves to undermine the process that neighborhood associations need to adhere to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the only continuance, by the way, that we're contemplating at this point is enough time for the council to take in additional written testimony and to consider amendments. We're not looking at some, unless I haven't heard anything from my colleagues, and I'm not intending any protracted delay in our action on the plan.
No one, for example, came to my office and asked for a continuance or delay.
Yeah.
What I will tell you is, it's a 225-page document, and we're going to have a 5-hour hearing. And we sometimes do our best work if we have an interval between the hearing and the final vote, because it gives us a chance to absorb all the testimony. So I concur with what the mayor said.
Thank you.
There's no other agenda that I'm aware of.
Thank you. We try to adopt major policy while we're awake. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
The next three are Mary Vogel, Bob Solinger, and Patricia Gardner. They'll be followed by Brooke Bucksbaum, Michael James, and Marion Haynes.
Good afternoon. Mary, I think you're first.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the West Quadrant Plan. While I commend the West Quadrant Plan planners for the job they did in putting together a huge amount of very complex material, they made a significant oversight that I beg you to amend. As a resident of the West End who spends much of her time thinking about adaptation to climate change, I was utterly dismayed by the lack of implementation actions for the West End under environment. There was only one. This is Portland, Oregon, where we advertise to the world, we build green cities. And for the major residential area of our downtown, we have only one implementation action for the environment in a plan that takes us through to 2035. Below, I expand on the one and propose a dozen others. These ideas are not new. I've been involved in the West Quadrant Plan process since the beginning, and I have been blogging on my own website, plangreen.net, since 2009 about improving Portland's downtown. Some of the actions below build upon actions that were in the urban design items of the West End and surrounding neighborhoods. But even if the concepts are found there, they bear clarification and repetition. They include things like locally produced distributed energy. This builds on the first one, the one that was in there of utilizing the brewery blocks district energy system and expanding that. A tree canopy of at least 30%, and I passed along some photos of the, was that actually 3 minutes?
No, it's 2. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Try to sum it.
Anyways, of some of the low-income housing that has no trees whatsoever around it. Anyway, you can read the 13 items that I propose for implementation actions under the environment section in the West End, page 84. And I'm suggesting you take out the photo of my favorite bike shop, the bike gallery downtown, and put in these items on that page. Then we can proudly say to others, we build green cities. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Now, you know, of course, there are 13 items under the environment goal earlier in the plan on page 54, but they're not specific to the West End. So your point is specifically to the West End, there ought to be
Yes,
more.
yes, the West End needs its own environmental action items.
Because, yes, it's even got a performance target for tree canopy, but then no implementing items. So that's a point well made. I also understand that you've been a key proponent of the green loop concept.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I was actually amazed to see how many of the concepts from my blogs and, my previous testimonies did end up in the plan. I'm delighted with all of that.
Thank you for that
So,
particular contribution. I think that's a very key piece of the plan throughout it. And so the mayor, I think, is right that there are pieces throughout. Thank you for your work.
Thanks very much. Who's next? Patty? Bob?
Good afternoon, Mayor Hales and members of the City Council. My name is Bob Salinger. I'm the Conservation Director for Audubon Society of Portland, and I was also on the Citizen Advisory Committee. I was one of two members representing the environment that actually submitted a minority report because we felt that the environment in the original draft that went to the PSC was pretty much ignored, and we're very disappointed in that. I will say now that I really appreciate the work that the staff and the PSC have done. I think they came a long way toward addressing many of the concerns we did raise. The plan is vastly improved. I would also say that I think it still has a long way to go on the environment. To some degree, I think we're coasting on our green reputation. There's a lot of good stuff in here. The green loop, the section on Ross Island toward the end, a lot of high-level language about green infrastructure, a lot of very positive things in this plan. But I think when it comes to really visionary new initiatives, kind of what are we going to really do, the detail level, for the 21st century to continue our green reputation into the 21st century, I think it's still lacking. Again, some good stuff in here, but some big gaps too. So I just want to highlight a few of those. Willamette River, there's about 5 miles of Willamette River in the Central District, and so 10 miles of shore bank. We're aspiring to find 2 to 3 restoration sites in that entire stretch of river. That is absolutely anemic. If we're really committing to restoring the river, making it healthy for salmon, helping recover salmon, we've got to do better than 2 to 3 sites on 10 miles of riverbank. Salmon need a good habitat area about every quarter mile, so we've got to aim a lot higher than that. And one of those sites should be looking at rolling back the seawall at Tom McCall Park. That was talked about a lot. Something that's been in the plans for a long time. We need to actually think harder about that because it's just a discussion item still. Green infrastructure, a lot of good high-level language about green infrastructure, but very little specificity. Especially at the district scale, very few specifics of what we're going to do in each neighborhood. A couple of things, we need to aim very high on trees. The targets aren't in there still. We need high tree targets. We also should really be considering either a green roof mandate or a green factor mandate. Green factor is something they do in Seattle where you can choose from a menu if you're a developer of green things that you can do on your site. But we've talked about that for a long time. We've gotten rid of the incentives for green roofs. It's time to actually green the city top. And we hope that you'll consider actually putting in a decision to move forward with that, not just to consider it going forward. Resiliency in the face of climate change. We'd love to see this plan crosswalk with the climate change action plan to make sure that we're really addressing it. I don't think we are. Again, some high-level language, but at a time when we should be moving back from the river, creating wider greenways, what I read in this plan is intent to intensify development next to the river. We need to be thinking hard about what the landscape's going to look like in 20, 40, 60 years.
Bob, because we are under a time constraint, on the specific areas where you think it still falls short, are you planning to send a follow-up email just with the bullet points?
We will. And my last one I'm going to say, I'd love for us to think about one thing that really isn't mentioned in this plan, and that is night lighting. A lot of cities are moving away from really lighting up their landscapes. Our city's going the other direction. I see it getting brighter and brighter and more glaring. It'd be nice for our kids to be able to look up and see the sky, and I think we ought to be thinking harder about that. Light pollution is a growing issue.
Thank
And
you.
Mayor, Bob, we did receive some proposed staff amendments just before the hearing. One of them was to change it from 2 or 3 restoration sites to at least 2 or 3 restoration sites. So that's edging closer. I realize you'd like it to be 20 to 30.
Well, when I hear at least 2 to 3, I hear at least 2.
So that amendment
if
doesn't.
at least 2 to 3, it should be at least 3.
Okay, got it.
But no, I think we need to be looking more at like 10 or 15. And maybe we're not going to get them all done, but the mayor talked about being aspirational. We should be aspirational. We shouldn't be anemic. And in this case, we are being, we know that's not anywhere near sufficient. There are more opportunities. They're challenging. But if we want the public to have access to the river, and we want a healthy river for fish and wildlife, and we want resiliency in the face of climate change, we've got to do this, and we've got to try harder.
So perhaps Commissioner Fisher's staff and mine from Environmental Services and Parks could look at what are we actually planning to do in terms of restoration projects and get you a number that you might be more than 3.
Great.
And then the other amendment was on page 48 to add the riverbank enhancement target of 12,600 linear feet and specify that the tree targets are still under development. So I think in both cases, your concerns have been heard, perhaps not entirely to your satisfaction, but with each iteration, we're getting closer to.
Absolutely. And again, the plan has come a long way since we submitted the minority report.
And I don't know, is this the same minority report that came about the height issue?
No, this was separate from Enviros.
And I didn't receive either minority report, so if you could make sure.
It went to the Planning Commission, but we'll send you new comments. That's not germane anymore. They've addressed enough of that those are, and we appreciate that. We would not submit the same report today.
Great,
Come a long
thank you.
way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Pat?
Hi, Patricia Gardner, Pearl District Neighborhood Association. I sat on this SAC committee, and I'm here to basically testify that it's a great plan and we should move forward on it. And primarily, I've got some data to throw out, which is, the population in Portland region is projected to grow by 300,000 new residents the next 25 years. That's a lot. And they are made up, millennials and baby boomers. Everybody wants to live in the central city. And so if we do not allow density to happen in the central city, where is it going to go? And so that's the challenge. If you overturn just the existing zoning, which a lot of this is existing zoning, where's it going? And so that's the challenge. And I'll submit my letter. But I did want to, there were some questions that had come up earlier that I've got some answers to that I wanted to follow up with. One, regarding capping. I had the honor of sitting on 2 steering committees or blue ribbon panels for Mayor Katz regarding capping the freeway. And the last one is the most germane. And that's the one where we looked at the economics of it. And I would really highly recommend you get your hands on it, because what we found is that I don't think you guys are going to have to build it. There's a certain point where land is going to be such that it will be cheaper to put a cap over the freeway than it is to buy a city block in Portland, and so particularly on either side of it. And so we looked at that cost with developers, with ODOT. Everybody was in the room, and it's a very good report. Nolan Toulon was a part of it, and that is interesting. So I'm not sure you're going to get stuck with a bill. So if it doesn't say that in the report, if it says parks, that's maybe something that should be pushed out, because there's other opportunities there. The other thing is, back to that question, are you bound to do something if it's in the plan? And I'm very familiar with a lot of the plans, and I remember when there was a river basin, and I remember when there was an aquarium, and none of that came to pass. And so I think you are not going to be bound if you look at the language, and there's definite precedence in the previous plans that this plan is built on that don't bind you to the aspirational things, but it's important to have them in the plans because it is a 25-year-old, 25 vision plan, 25-year. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all. Okay.
Next 3 are Brooke Bucksbaum, Michael James, and Marion Haynes, and they'll be followed by Paul Lipsky, Suzanne Leonard, and Kay Sarumi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
My name is Brooke Bucksbaum. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify about the West Quadrant Plan, and I'm here to say I believe that allowing the plan to go forward with the Brobdingnagian building heights it allows would be a grievous error on the part of the City Council, albeit those building heights are in the present plan. Previous errors should not constitute a precedent. My bona fides for this testimony are that I'm currently a resident of Northwest Portland, previously lived in the West End for 6 years, and I'm a citizen who's concerned with preserving what is best and most distinctive about my adopted hometown. Portland isn't Seattle, Vancouver, New York, Shanghai, Chicago, or Dubai, and it certainly shouldn't aspire to emulate them or look to them as models. The magic of Portland as a tourist destination, as a magnet to young creatives, as a welcoming community to retirees such as myself, as a home for young families and a simpatico environment for human-scale entrepreneurship lies in its quirkiness. That is, that it's not like every other place. Its magic lies in its small town yet metropolitan vibe, its diverse neighborhoods and architecture, its intimacy, its accessibility, and its moderate cost of living. Glass towers reaching to the sky, shutting out life on the street, slick, sterile, homogeneous, expensive, just don't fit. Tall towers in the West End would obliterate a historic building stock that is irreplaceable. It would drive up rental and ownership prices. It would be an aesthetic era. It would reduce the sunlight falling on the street, and certainly we don't have enough of that as it is. Towering buildings would destroy the very character that makes Portland, Portland. And with that gone, you really have to ask, why would people choose to come here? Why would we want to lose the magic that is Portland? Why would businesses locate here? The central public space in Portland, Pioneer Square, is called the city's living room. Think of what that evokes. Hominess, human scale, inclusiveness, a laid-back tempo. So different and unique compared to all the other cities I know. The West End, almost at the doorstep of the living room, should continue to reflect that same character. We need to keep buildings human scale, and we're counting on you to keep Portland, Portland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael
Happy-
James, I've been a homeowner in the city of Portland for 18 years, and thank you all for letting us come here, and thank you for what I can see is a very considered study that you guys have already made of this incredible plan. I am here because I think the proposed height limits in the West Quadrant Plan are excessive. Surprise. I hope you will reject them and follow the recommendations in the Northwest District Association's Minority Report by Steve Pinger. I hope you've all read that. I believe that that report clearly outlines the negative socioeconomic impacts that this West Quadrant Plan contains. I think it'll destroy blocks that have livable streetscapes and relatively harmonious heights that now exist in Portland, and replace them with blocks where there's scattered adjacent height buildings, some dwarfing others. If you've bought a Blue Star donut at the Blue Indigo, or if you walk by the Civic on Burnside, you know that I'm talking about windy streets, streets without sunlight, streets that don't, and it causes us to feel comfortable in Portland. Density can be accomplished with low and medium height buildings, like in the central part of Paris, Washington, D.C., and a lot of urban Portland. Our city can retain its unique character and be a place where school teachers and fire department folks and normal folks can live, not just those of us who happen to be fortunate and retired and have money. Thank you for your attention to this plan and for the future of Portland.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hales, Commissioners. My name is Marion Haynes, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the Portland Business Alliance. We appreciate this plan's focus on the role of the Central City as the economic engine of the region, and really applaud the staff for developing strategies to promote private sector investment, housing, job growth, retail activity in this area. For decades, Portland has made a conscious choice and significant investments to ensure downtown is dense and active. Through developments downtown, through investments in transit and things of that nature, we believe that this plan continues that commitment and that that's the right way to go. I'll keep my comments brief and focus on what seems to be one of the larger issues at hand on the heights. We do support the existing heights in the West End and the proposals for height increases in strategic areas identified in the draft, including Bridgeheads and Old Town Chinatown. This does support, as I said, our city's longstanding land use planning goals to accommodate growth by developing an existing built environment rather than pushing out at the edges. This is our downtown core that we're talking about, and that's an appropriate place to try to accommodate what is some pretty significant residential and employment growth coming to the city in the future years. We've made the investments in light rail and transit. This helps leverage those previous investments that we've already made. And it really helps continue what has made Portland a national model for activating our central city. And we meet with people all the time that want to come in and hear and learn about what we've done. So again, we support the height recommendations and recognize the need when we do that to keep a critical eye on transportation and portal capacity into the city to ensure people can continue to get in and out of our wonderful downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Since you're representing the PBA, I have to ask, on the housing side, do you support the goal of 30% of the housing in the whole quadrant targeted to people at 0 to 80?
We haven't taken that up specifically. It's a newer proposal, and so we'll have to get back to you on that specifically. But we have generally supported a number of proposals and the idea of looking at additional tools to support both affordable and workforce housing.
So it'd be great if you gave us your thoughts on that, as well as this question about how do we get there? What are some of the concrete steps you want us to commit to?
An important issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three are Paula Lifsky, Suzanne Leonard, and Kay Tusurami. And they'll be followed by Jackie Peterson, Brian Newman, and Shirley Rackner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Lifshay, and I am a resident of the West End. Some time ago, I attended a Historic Landmarks Commission meeting where there was a presentation of the historic buildings in the West End. I was attracted to this part of Portland to live in because of the human scale and neighborhood feel in a midtown location. Also, I loved the historic buildings and their varied architecture from different eras, as well as some rare single-family homes dating from the time the West End was Portland's first suburb. I'm reminded of how Isaac Stern fought to preserve Carnegie Hall, the icon for the performance of classical music in this country. He argued that a new building, no matter how well designed, could not replace the atmosphere of history one feels when hearing a concert in Carnegie, in one's imagination hearing the overtones of the ghosts of the greatest musicians of all times. When friends and family visit me here, they inevitably admire the unique historical and aesthetic aspect of the West End and applaud the efforts being made to preserve it. I understand the city's need to increase density, but I believe that density can be achieved by buildings of 8 stories or less. I am not opposed to increased density, but I hope that the city will not accomplish this by allowing building heights of 20, 30, and 40 stories, and I encourage the council to lower these allotted maximum building heights to no more than 100 feet, and I think I beat the bell.
Extra credit for that. Thank you. Ms. Leonard, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Suzanne Crowhurst-Leonard, co-founder and director of the International Making Cities Livable Conference, specialist and consultant on social aspects of architecture and urban design. I live in the Pearl, 1030 Northwest Johnson Street. I attended almost every meeting of the CC 2035 Committee and West Quadrant SAC as a member of the public and spoke at most meetings. There are major flaws both in the SAC process and in the report. The report's strong promotion of a single vision, high-rise development agenda is in conflict with the 2035 concept statement that emphasizes livability, health, equity, and affordability. Every year, I bring to Portland about 400 mayors, practitioners, and scholars in planning and public health from around the world. They're drawn not only by the IMCL conference, but by their desire to learn from Portland how to make their own cities more healthy and livable. Portland's international reputation as a livable city was hard won by Portlanders in the 70s when they rejected the planning behemoths of their day, the Moses Freeway, the high-rise development, and chose instead to emphasize Portland's true strengths, Small, walkable blocks, human scale, nature, and the public realm. A city that belongs to all, not just to the wealthy. They pulled down a freeway to create Waterfront Park, built Pioneer Square, and improved the city's walkability by creating the streetcar. Today, we're at another crossroads. Singapore, Hong Kong, and the World Bank are promoting the concept of world cities and trying to shame our planners and elected leaders into joining their big boys club. These are cities that are prepared to lie down to have their unique identity and heritage raped by global investors with their high-rise condos. The 250 to 460-foot height limits in the West Quadrant Plan damage the public realm, our common wealth, but make investors drool. Committed to high-rise, Singapore and Hong Kong now have the least affordable housing in the world and a deteriorating public realm. When you permit very high-rise buildings, the huge potential profits inflate land prices. This jeopardizes historic buildings, Portland's heritage and historic identity, and makes it increasingly difficult to ensure affordable market-rate housing. And as research clearly demonstrates, high-rise is not suitable for many mothers, children, and elders, i.e. affordable housing. The supposed benefits for all income level housing do not trickle down. Just look at the statistics for the South Waterfront or the Pearl District. What kind of a city do Portlanders want? A pale imitation of Singapore or Vancouver, BC that satisfies the global investors, or to retain Portland's unique identity, walkability, human scale, and affordability for all, and its worldwide renown as the most livable city in the US? I ask the Council to reject the West Quadrant Plan's height policy and call for a thorough review of heights involving citizens, not just developers, and considering a range of height alternatives. Thank you.
Suzanne, I wasn't much engaged in the planning process here in the city during the time, I think you might have been, when the height limits in the north end of the Pearl were increased. Do you think that was a mistake?
Personally, I think it was a mistake because it encourages luxury condos and increases land prices. And frankly, I don't think Portland wants to get in that World Cities Club. I think it's much better to maintain affordability of land and maintain a population of people who actually live here and who have to work here, not just to provide opportunities for investments in the sky, as they say.
All right. I appreciate you. I respect your point of view as a planner very much, but I'm a little puzzled by this, that we found ourselves at this juncture, because as I understand it, that increase was requested by the neighborhood on the grounds of architectural diversity, that we were too monochromatic in the early phases of the Pearl in terms of the height and scale of the buildings, and that the residents of the district, I think it might have been the first time in the history of planning that this happened, but the residents of the district actually lobbied the council in those days to increase the height there. If I got the story wrong, it's because I wasn't here then, but that's how I've heard it told.
That's how I've heard it told too.
Yeah.
But I was not involved in that process, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just puzzled by how we could be at that place 8 or 10 years ago, and we're at this place now.
I agree. I am puzzled myself.
Okay, well, let's continue this dialogue, because I know you've thought a lot about this issue and appreciate it very much.
Actually, Suzanne, I was curious about you talking about Singapore as a place with, unaffordable housings. The New York Times had an article last April that actually said that Singapore is the one major world city that has successfully addressed housing affordability. And I was wondering if you want to elaborate on your comments and explain why that's wrong.
Well, I will have to look up the references that show that Singapore and Hong Kong are the most unaffordable housing in the world. They have a very special housing policy. Singapore wants everybody to have the opportunity, every Singaporean to have the opportunity to own their own apartment in Singapore. And they have had a policy now for, 50 plus years to develop only high-rise, increasingly higher and higher rise buildings. They have a lot of social problems that have come along with that. And they also have a problem, for instance, that in order to increase productivity, they have to import, bring people in to live in the country, but those people don't get any kind of housing benefits, and they are living at a very, very low standard of housing. But I will look into the data and find you the references that show that Singapore and Hong Kong are the two most unaffordable housing, and I'll send it to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Kay Surumi, and I ask the council to lower the maximum building height to 100 feet or less in the West End and to preserve the historic buildings there. Research has verified that neighborhoods made up of small-scale buildings combined with older buildings provide two important things. They provide affordable office space and affordable housing. Affordable office space supports locally owned business. What local shop owner can afford to rent in a new 400-foot glass tower? Affordable housing attracts younger residents. They in turn increase a bike walk orientation in the city. I understand that your goal is to build Portland as a unique human-scale pedestrian city with a thriving economy and committed citizens. If this truly is your goal, then the path of wisdom is to limit building heights to 100 feet or less in the West End and to preserve the architectural legacy of the city and the neighborhood. Small-scale buildings and buildings of historical value create livable cities with proud residents and a vibrant entrepreneurial economy. Thank you. On my written statement, I have referenced the research that I'm basing this on.
Good. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Have you given Carla your written statement? Thank you.
Good.
The next three are Jackie Peterson, Brian Newman, and Shirley Rackner, and they'll be followed by Sharon Whitney, Susan Bliss, and Burton Francis.
We'll leave from here.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Peterson. I'm a professor emerita of history, and I'm also representing the Old Town Chinatown Neighborhood Association. I'm its secretary of the board. And I'm sorry that neither the chair or the land use chair, Patrick Gortbanker and Sarah Stevenson, could be here, but I'm here to represent them. But I'm also representing myself and both the Asian American community, which has tirelessly spoken before you and the Planning Bureau and the Planning Commission over the last 18 months. And the letter that you all received today from the Neighborhood Association Board again asks you to take a second look at an amendment that we would like to make in the West Quadrant Plan, which again is focused on the question of heights. We are not satisfied that the current recommendation, which targets part of a National Historic District, the very center of New Chinatown, Japantown, for heights up to 150 feet west of 4th Avenue. We are willing to acknowledge that the block that has been focused on today by Joe Zender, the catalytic block 33, the parking lot, is a place where we're convinced that maybe, in fact, greater heights may be useful there, and so we are willing to recommend to you that we would spot zone that particular block. However, we really do feel that heights of 150 feet in that fragile National Historic District are too high. We also urge you to pass immediately the design guidelines, not only for the Skidmore Landmark District, but also to create new design guidelines for the New Chinatown, Japantown National Historic District. Let me sort of step out of this role for just a second, however, just tell you that I recently heard an interesting lecture by Carl Abbott reporting on a study that he and others at PSU are doing about the way in which cities and states grow. I think that 300,000 people in 25 years is actually a very small number. I think for those who are aspiring or think we may be in danger of becoming Hong Kong, I think that that's absolutely untrue. I think it's unlikely. And it is precisely the fact that we are a small, livable, beautiful city that we will want to preserve it. And I think that's probably what's going to happen anyway. 100 years ago, we doubled and then tripled our population in a decade. A projection of 300,000 in 25 years means that we're going to continue to be a small, livable, walkable city, and let's make sure that this council makes that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie, it's okay. If you could possibly give me a map showing which of the proposed height increases around Skidmore, the neighborhood association supports and which ones you don't? That would be really helpful to me.
You have all received the letter which has been endorsed by the entire board of the neighborhood
Does it
association
have
today. Yeah.
Does it have a map in it?
No, but I can get you a map.
That would be very helpful, thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the ones that you support, because I'm not as familiar with Block 33 or Block this or Block that. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Jackie. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Shirley Rackner. One has only to Google historic preservation and building heights to read about the national debate taking place over historic preservation and scaling down the heights of new buildings across the country. The debate started long ago and has been fought for decades. The iconic Jackie Kennedy Onassis led the fight to save giant historic buildings such as Grand Central Station, which was to be torn down for a skyscraper office building. And when Lafayette Square was to be destroyed for a tall federal building, she worked to preserve the square. She also led the battle to save Columbus Circle from those who would destroy the landmark for yet another tall building in New York City. She defied those who lost track of values beyond how it penciled out. Portland is not Washington, D.C., or New York City, nor am I Jackie Kennedy, obviously. However, I am Shirley Rackner, who has lived here for 49 years and has seen the city grow, prosper, and yet maintain its culture and its niceness. I believe, just as Jackie Kennedy did, that to retain the city's historic buildings is an imperative. Our West End old brick and mortar residents that have been built many years ago created the old neighborhood, which has become my neighborhood. If we do not stop tearing down the buildings that have become important to us, then what will we have left? It is now time for the decision makers of Portland to decide what side of history will we be on. And I also.
Thank you.
Shirley, I've been listening to a lot of the testimony today, and one thing that strikes me is almost everyone begins by saying how much they love the city.
Yes.
And Mayor, I'm hoping we can make this an annual hearing.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Frankly, it's a refreshing antidote to maybe some counter messages we get through the media. You know, Jackie Kennedy was not successful with all the buildings. In fact, one would argue that the behemoth that got built in on the park at the southwest corner of Central Park was not consistent with her vision and cast an enormous shadow over the corner of the park. But if you have 49 years of distinguished service to our community, so if there are specific buildings that you are especially concerned about, it may not completely fit within this discussion. It may be part of a larger discussion. I hope you will share your view of what are those gems we should keep our eye on as we go through this process. This plan, fortunately, does not go into the Skidmore district and propose changing height. That's a fight we had a few years ago, and it ended with sort of a draw, and we decided to postpone it. But if there are iconic structures that you think are at risk and that we need to be focused on, I hope you will follow up by giving us sort of your list so we can be aware of them as we do our planning.
Absolutely. And on the point of what Jackie couldn't save, we do what we can do.
Oh, amen.
Here's to that. Thank you. Brian, you're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Newman. I'm the Associate Vice President for Campus Planning, Development, and Real Estate at Oregon Health and Science University. On behalf of OHSU, we appreciate the time and energy the city staff and the Planning and Sustainability Commission have put into the West Quadrant Plan. The plan before you today does an excellent job of recognizing future challenges and opportunities and sets the stage for future OHSU investments in South Waterfront District and beyond. Investments that will help ensure Oregon residents of all economic backgrounds have access to the highest quality of care, from primary care to highly specialized medical procedures and treatments to clinical trials. Over a decade ago, OHSU made an important decision to continue to expand our clinical and research operations in Portland instead of moving those operations or expanding those operations in the suburbs. We recognized at the time the challenges of building in a central location on a brownfield versus a greenfield site, But we're confident that in partnership with the city and pursuing flexibility in our own program, we could achieve the ends that the city of Portland and the community expect of us. We're confident that we've achieved that, and today the Collaborative Life Sciences Building and the Center for Health and Healing are a testament to that partnership and a sign of more to come. OHSU plans to construct 3 new buildings in the South Waterfront District, totaling 1 million square feet over the next 4 years. I don't have time to speak to all of those investments, but I wanted to give you one example. We plan to build an 80-bed guest house for patients and their families who need to be close to OHSU, because, sometimes for a week and months at a time to pursue life-saving treatment. To be clear, this is not a service that the market provides. Most of these patients aren't able to pay for lodging. A third of them, based on our own modeling, will pay nothing, and the vast majority will pay less than $20 a night. Nonetheless, it's an essential service that we need to provide so parents can be close to sick children who are at Dornbecker Children's Hospital, or a cancer patient can receive up to 3 or 4 weeks of outpatient therapy and be close by. I just use that as one example to show that there's a lot we can and we do for to ensure that vulnerable communities are served. Thanks again for this opportunity to support the West Quadrant Plan, as it provides a sound framework for all that we do. While our healthcare providers, educators, and researchers touch lives across the state and beyond, Portland is our home and always will be, and we're excited about creating a future with you.
Thank you. I think your testimony affirms this, but let me just double check, and that is everyone obviously is very enthusiastic about the night challenge and
Yes, sir.
is committed to making sure that the last mile is completed and that the funds are raised and for this amazing upgrading of OHSU. Does the plan as it now stands in draft form accommodate the growth that you expect to occur, including the response that you're likely to make to the night challenge?
It does, at least for this planning horizon, it certainly does. And just to be clear, I think we're at about $455 million of that challenge, and the $500 million that OHSU is investing in South Waterfront in this next wave of development is in addition to any of that money. Right. In addition to the $1 billion goal that has been set out. But accommodating the Cancer Center, the research, but also the clinical portion, as well as just expanding our clinical enterprise in South Waterfront is all accommodated as part of this plan.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to make sure we had that on the record, that we're set up for your success, and obviously we're all supportive of it. So
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next 3, please.
Are Sharon Whitney, Susan Bliss, and Burton Francis, and they'll be followed by Richard Rom, Liam Thornton, and Tracy Prince.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sharon Whitney, and my comments have been covered brilliantly. What am I supposed to do? And now Commissioner Fish is out of the room because he wants to hear praise for Portland.
Well, so do we all. So do we all.
All right, for you. Okay, it's about livability, and it's what people say when they visit Portland. I've heard it from Europeans and Australians and my own friends from different parts of this country. They invariably say, I could live here. Mm-hmm. And you tell them it rains, and it rains a lot, and they still say it. But I could live here. And I love that. I love feeling part of something so special. And I had a lot here about what livability means to me. It's softer than some of the stuff you've heard. But one point I need to make is when you're looking at a historic building, you have to see it in context. You have to see what's next to it. Because we have some of our wonderful, wonderful downtown churches with these spires that look like they're made out of gingerbread, are dwarfed by what's next to them. And you can't look at the horizon and even pick those out because of the, I don't know, the clueless building that went in next to them, possibly. Anyway, I too am concerned that our quality of life, which is livability, shouldn't be cramped by runaway development. As someone said, we are not Seattle or San Francisco, we're Stumptown. And if you need a model for a good building height, look at the heritage tree on Southwest 10th, which is across from the sculpture court. It's an American elm, 7 stories tall, over a century old, a vision in every season, and those visitors I'm talking about take lots of pictures of it.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Susan Bliss, and I'm a resident of the West End. As a resident of the West End, I believe the mayor and city council must hear and consider the points of view of citizen residents regarding the West Quadrant plan now being proposed. There is strong evidence that this has not happened to date. I am one among a large group of residents who want you, their representatives, to 1, lower maximum building heights in the West End to 100 feet, 2, delay the city council vote on said height limits in the current West End plan because the plan is fundamentally flawed both in process and in outcome, especially as regards building heights. 3, reconvene a more representative membership of the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee to include all categories of stakeholders, specifically residents, who were largely overlooked in favor of developers and architects the first time around. Not a single resident representative from the West End was included. 4, allow the new group to revisit sections of the West Quadrant plan and register their comments before any vote by the city council takes place. My last words are a repetition. Lower maximum building heights in the West End to 100 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Before I start my comments, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to a question you had, which was about the Pearl. If you look at zoning map 510-3, the Pearl is actually 3 different sections. It's not just one homogeneous place. There's the place north of Lovejoy, then there's the place Lovejoy to Hoyt and 405 to the river.
Right.
And then there's south of Hoyt down to Burnside, okay?
Right.
So it's not a homogeneous thing. Second thing I would say is be careful about when you're looking to what the residents want or don't want. I think that's dependent if you're relying on the neighborhood association to how democratic the neighborhood association is and how much outreach that neighborhood association has done in terms of figuring out what the residents are interested in. And then thirdly, I don't know how many people were actually living north of Lovejoy 15 years ago or something like that. You know, it's a very changing area and a changing demographic.
Okay.
So to begin my comments, my name is Burton Francis. I'm one of the founding members of Preserve the Pearl, a group of homeowners that formed in opposition to the Pearl District Neighborhood Association and its failure to keep the residents of our neighborhood informed on issues of development and livability. We're inspired by our West Side neighbors in Goose Hollow, and we look forward to the day when our voices of the residents are actually heard. The allure of the Pearl can be best experienced along 13th Avenue Historical District, where, as we all know, there's brick buildings and early 20th century warehouses, and they've been turned into lofts and framing studios and shops. But any remaining authenticity in this area is fast becoming lost in the pursuit of huge towers and in their design and in their dominating size, which threaten to drown out the last bit of industrial vibe. The authenticity of what the Pearl is attracts people with, that we as residents enjoy. We know that the area of the Pearl north of Lovejoy is pretty much lost to the coming forest of south waterfront style sky rises, and that goes directly to your query. But the area where most of our group lives, which is described in that zoning map I referred to, is still a low-slung, Soho, funky warehouse sort of area. Not for long, though. The current zoning height map in our area is 75 feet without any bonuses, and that's consistent with about the 88 feet height of the brick buildings along 13th Avenue. Under the West Quadrant map, however, our area is due to go to 220 feet. That is a tripling in our neighborhood. We in the Preserve the Pearl ask that you delay any approval of the West Quadrant plan and at least begin the discussion of density that was never really undertaken seriously in the SAC. And in this request, we would support the so-called minority report. We ask, these are my last comments, we ask that the serious discussion be undertaken to determine if the density that's needed to grow Portland in the next 25 years can be achieved with low and mid-rise buildings, at least in those neighborhoods that have not already been overwhelmed by point tower high-rises. It's our request.
So does your group support leaving the height limits in the Pearl neighborhood at their current heights?
Yeah, we would support that. But, we want to be realistic. I mean, and I want you to understand, we're not against development. We're not against density. There are, to borrow a phrase from a different part of the world, there are facts on the ground now north of Lovejoy that are pretty hard to ignore. And if that area is going to be designated as a kind of a alpha and omega to the south waterfront, I guess that's what's going to happen. But in our neighborhood, which is south of Lovejoy to Hoyt and 405 we desperately would like to retain the integrity of that neighborhood, which also encompasses the 13th Avenue Historic District.
And in your case, it's by keeping the current height limits, whereas in the West End, the request is to reduce them.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that
yeah,
correctly?
the current height limits, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Sorry, the next three are Richard Rahm, Liam Thornton, and Tracy Prince. They'll be followed by Cal Toth, Connie Kirk, and Joan Kavita.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Rahm. I've been asked to read a statement by Tom Nielsen, who's unable to attend today. These are his comments. I am a West End resident, former mayor of the city of Salem, a person who has been involved in a great deal of public process around a wide range of issues. I ask you to consider the structure for citizen input on the West Quadrant Plan. A significant component of the 2035 plan will set the parameters for how Portland develops over the next 20 years. Despite nominations of very capable and experienced residents of the West End, not one was appointed to the SAC. Birds, represented by the Ottoman Society, had more representation on the SAC than the West End's human residents. The West End is the largely residential component within the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which also contains the Downtown Retail Core and PSU. A planning process which relies on neighborhood associations to represent the will of the residents and businesses within their geographic boundary is only somewhat reasonable in a homogeneous neighborhood, with a very sophisticated process of determining the range of sentiments of those who reside and do business in that neighborhood, or with an issue on which there is consensus. In an area with diverse interests that comprises Downtown Neighborhood Association, this is ludicrous. With an issue as contentious and potentially problematic as building heights in a residential area, this is a mistake. Recognizing that the process as conducted relied on stakeholders with vested interests, largely but not entirely financial, and did not amply allow for input on building heights, a contentious issue, and that two of the city's own appointed commissions are at odds over the recommendations regarding building heights, the issue of heights warrants an in-depth study and more precision in application, particularly in the West End. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Liam Thornton with Langley Investment Properties in Portland, Oregon. I'd like to offer a perspective from someone who recently made the decision to invest in the Goose Hollow neighborhood. We made the decision to invest in the Goose Hollow neighborhood because we believe in the city's long-established vision for a high-density, mixed-use, walkable, livable district with accessible transit, consistent with what is shown now in the West Quadrant Plan. Much of the property in Goose Hollow is actually privately owned, not corporately owned, and our purchase of the property was from a private landowner. Moreover, our decision and our purchase price was based on the allowable density and height of that land. In short, land value is based on what you are allowed to do with the property, and people make land investment decisions based upon the certainty found in the zoning code. For those who are advocating a reduction in building heights, while well-intentioned and strong arguments are made in favor of that, reducing building heights in Goose Hollow or elsewhere in the central city is not without consequence. It does reduce economic value and negatively impacts the private landowner. I think it's important to reinforce that the West Quadrant Plan is not proposing or seeking to increase building heights in Goose Hollow. It merely seeks to maintain them at the same level as found in the current and long-standing zoning code. Many of you have talked today about new tools in your toolkit to support public policy objectives given limited funding resources and public funding resources. Certainty of the zoning code is fundamental to the attraction of private investment that would support the broader public policy goals contained in the plan. Additionally, maintaining existing height limits also avoids reductions in current land values and corresponding reductions in property taxes that would further dilute the already limited public resources needed to achieve the public policy and planning goals discussed here today and contained in the West Quadrant Plan. I'd like to state that we support the West Quadrant Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Tracy Prince. I'm a resident of Goose Hollow, and I'm the newly elected board president. We've had of the Goose Hollow Foothills League. We've had a turnover of 7 new board members who were endorsed by the Friends of Goose Hollow and swept all open seats. I'm one of those. I speak on behalf of the GHFL board, who discussed their discomfort that they felt with GHFL's representation on the West Quadrant Stakeholders Committee, especially regarding height limits and removing the required residential overlay. One stakeholder introduced himself as a former GHFL president, but didn't mention that his opinions were not endorsed by the previous or the current board. The official GHFL stakeholder took positions which GHFL minutes show were not endorsed by the board and were simply personal opinions. The board is also concerned that view corridors are not adequately protected and that West Quadrant staff and participants have branded the flats, a term that has not been in use in Goose Hollow before the West Quadrant discussions, and then stated that this area needs rebranding by a developer. So in front of you, there's the official letter that was unanimously presented by the Goose Hollow Foothills League Board. I don't know if you want me to go step by step through our suggested changes.
I think if you've got them here for us, it would be better if you'd let us to go through that later.
Exactly. So they address our concerns with the representation. We unanimously endorse the building height minority report and the environmental report. We request a delay of the vote today because as the new president, I've heard a lot of people say what Goose Hollow wants on height limits. I'm a little tired of it, and I've called for a vote of the membership so that the residents, the members, can speak and can vote on height limits, bonuses, and FAR. We were misled during the West Quadrant process. We were told that we could not discuss lowering height limits by planning staff. So we plan to discuss that. And then finally, a quick issue is on page 171. This is my personal issue, is there's a map problem in this plan. Regardless of what you saw presented by the planning staff today, the map that's in the draft only shows the height limits are only showing the full build out of every bonus possible on every property on the West Quadrant, as if that is going to happen on every property. That rarely happens, that a property gets its full bonus. So it seems like, just looking at the map, that it's kind of a deregulation of bonuses. I think in order to make sure everybody understands it's not, that somewhere in this plan should be today's current base height limits. I had to look in another city document to find that information. So I'm asking for the current base heights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good point, thank you. So Tracy, just to clarify, the Goose Hollow Foothills League does support changing that block from RHD to CXD as long as it does have the continued residential requirement?
Yes, there was discussion about that, and that was unanimous to change it as long as it has a residential overlay. What most of us don't want to see of the current board is we don't want to see a standalone parking structure, and a residential overlay will require that. We've actually offered the MAC to come and give us that exact proposal that they offered on Block 7 and propose it over on 20th on the lot right here, and we'd go for it. Exactly the same, bury the parking, and that would support that possible proposal. So we understand that some flexibility is needed, but stripping off the required residential overlay is only good for developers and is not good for the neighborhood. We're a dense urban neighborhood and we need 24-hour eyes on the ground, which residential development gives.
Thank you. And then my second question is, historically, the hollow is the better term?
I literally wrote the book on it.
I know you did.
So it really drives me crazy. I never heard that term used before. Nick Clark talked about talking to his family who've been in Goose Hollow. His father's been in Goose Hollow since 1938 when he lived there as a child. Bud Clark lived there. So nobody remembers it being called the Flats. This was a term that either the participants or the staff of the West Quadrant process started using because maybe they didn't know. It should be called the Hollow. The lower elevations at the base of the hills are the Hollow. That's the Hollow.
Thank you.
It really is infuriating to see them putting as a line item that they literally ask a private developer to rebrand us. And that just makes me pretty angry. So and also you ask about the 405. In every iteration, I've been involved with the Goose Hollow board for almost a decade, off and on, and checking in and out. Every iteration of the board, no matter what our arguments are and how we disagree with each other, we all like the I-405 cap.
Yeah, thank you. Potentially what maybe we might do on that is take out the city as the implementers, as was suggested by Patricia Gardner. If somebody else is willing to pay for it.
I agree. In 10 years, it'll be worth it for a developer to cap that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The next three are Cal Toth, Connie Kirk, and Joan Kavitka, and they will be followed by Robert Wright, Captain Peter Wilcox, and Ruth Ann Barrett.
Welcome.
Go ahead. Okay. So my name is Cal Toth. I live in Goose Hollow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you. I have submitted my full testimony since I had to cut quite a few paragraphs out of the one I have right here in front of me. I moved to Portland in 2001 from Vancouver, British Columbia, because Portland was and remains to this day a human-scale city that avoided the vertical sprawl of Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, New York, and other cities, large cities like that. Over the 20-year period, I watched the neighborhoods of Vancouver abutting the city core, Falls Creek, so it's a little bit like here, Falls Creek, Yaletown, and Cole Harbor, they're called, rapidly littering the landscape with virtually indistinguishable glass towers, creating skylines similar to those of so-called world cities of the Far East. Not surprisingly, Vancouver's embrace of high towers was made possible by land use policies that attracted huge inflows of global monies, mostly from Southeast Asia. Instead of fostering affordable housing and livable neighborhoods in Vancouver, this wave of high-rise construction created a glut of luxury housing for the very wealthy, many of them visitors from other lands, and many occupying them only part-time. This oversupply of unaffordable housing has pushed ordinary Vancouver citizens further into less affluent neighborhoods, including the city's downtrodden east side, which is a druggy area. Apparently, taxing empty units has become a challenge and a hot election issue of late. There are other ways of achieving density, not just height, as some people have mentioned. I hope we can avoid such problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name is Connie Kirk. I live in Goose Hollow.
Connie, we missed you.
Yeah, it's been much too long. Glad to be back. I urge you to vote to lower the height limits in the West Quadrant. You know, throughout the West Quadrant process, there's been an assumption that those who oppose skyscrapers in residential neighborhoods are ignorant of the planning process. You know, on the contrary, many are urban planners, engineers, historic preservationists, and property owners. They're the gatekeepers of unchecked growth, vertical sprawl, and economic disparity. And this love of skyscrapers, it's an enticing apple, but replicating New York and Portland brings risk. And having lived in skyscrapers for many years in New York City, I concur completely with Suzanne Leonard's analysis. It really creates a life of atomization. It dilutes civic involvement. Manhattan today has evolved into a playground for those who are wealthy enough to afford high-rise living, but the middle classes and the working poor, they've bottomed out. They have to commute long hours to serve the city's upper classes. While I was there, the elderly even had to resort to living in their storage lockers. It's just disgraceful, the elderly living in their storage lockers. Now, I've lived on both sides of the economic aisle, and I just don't want this to happen in Portland. As for the GHFL, it is true, Dr. Prince said they were voted in unanimously, and they were voted in a landslide by Goose Hollow residents. So when they speak, they do speak for us. Also note Dr. Toth's comments on Vancouver, British Columbia. It's a classic example of point tower development, and Vancouver's papers consistently report on this stripping away of history. I would like to leave you with a few final thoughts. Commissioners, you can feel proud that Portland's model is not saturated with point towers. Feel good about that. And I leave you also with a report from the BBC News in January 12, 2012. Barclays Capital analysts had this to say: often the world's tallest buildings are simply the edifice of a broader skyscraper building boom, reflecting a widespread misallocation of capital and an impending economic correction. With that, I urge you again to vote to lower the height limits in the West Quadrant, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I am Joan Kvitka, an involved neighborhood advocate who understands the livability of South Auditorium District. I represent a neighborhood group called SAGE, S-A-G-E, South Auditorium Greenway Environs. We are honored to appear before you today, and we speak as a voice for the hundreds of residents who live downtown, from the Keller Auditorium along the Halpern Open Sequence to the Lee Kelly Sculpture Park. Over the past year, we have worked closely with the City of Portland's Bureau of Planning and Sustainability in defining the needs of our historic neighborhood. SAGE appears before you today to endorse the focus on neighborhood livability within Central City 2035 West Quadrant Plan. West Quadrant Plan links the insights of 21st century urban planning with the foresight of Portland designers of 50 years ago. Briefly stated, beginning in the 1960s, the renewal of South Auditorium District brought Portland national distinction as a pioneer in urban design that promoted the values of sustainability and livability. The creation of superblocks dedicated to tree-lined pedestrian paths, cascading waterfalls, hills, and valleys brought daily interaction with nature into the built environment of live, work, and play. Lawrence Halpern's design elements still today connect the beauty and harmony of the Willamette River and Cascade Mountains within a freshly imagined urban landscape. Existing tall towers where many of us live do not dwarf nature's aliveness in our neighborhood. As development moves forward in the West Quadrant in general and South Auditorium District in particular, we want to remain true to the harmony and balance within our urban environment. In closing, SAGE knows that high-density living need not overwhelm us. A varied landscape with open spaces and green canopy, diverse building heights, mixed-use functions, and daily encounters with the joys of nature, art, and culture should intertwine. Our conclusion is best summed up by saying SAGE supports urban development in the South Auditorium District that brings the sage wisdom of nature into our city planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next three are Robert Wright, Captain Peter Wilcox, and Ruth Ann Barrett, and they'll be followed by Lynn Granner and Randy and Tina Wyszynski.
Right, go ahead. Welcome.
My name is Robert Wright. My wife and I have lived in the West End since 2006. We returned to the city where we were born, raised, and educated. We are from Southeast Portland. There are many fine Southeast neighborhoods, but we were drawn to the West End with its urban vitality and livability. I am very proud to say that Portland has been a world leader in many things, urban development among them. People are drawn to Portland not only to learn, but to live. 5 annual International Making Cities Livable conferences have been held in Portland. Portland has become the model for urban planners from around the world. Areas of the West Quadrant, the West End, Goose Hollow, the Pearl, are at or approaching the sweet spot of urban development, the fine balance between urban livability and density. Proposed maximum building heights will upset that balance. Clustered high-rise residential buildings and livability are most directly at odds. There appears to be a school of thought among some city planners that we should copy larger cities with clustered high-rises rather than lead as one of the most livable cities on the planet. Those involved in the development of the West Quadrant Plan have publicly countered that all new buildings won't be expected to reach legislated maximums, so not to worry. This is naive or dishonest. It is a hope, not a plan. Other cities have accommodated increased density without resorting to vertical sprawl, with tall, dark canyons that limit street-level access to light and air, becoming gusty wind tunnels on windy days. They have proved that urban density can be increased with mid-rise buildings while preserving historic structures and heritage. If the proposed plan is adopted, city planners will still visit Portland years from now, but then it will be to study the post-mortem of what went wrong. Admittedly, the ability to build tall residential buildings packed together would attract and benefit developers and increase the city coffers with higher tax revenue. But that would come at the greater expense of what makes Portland's urban areas attractive and livable. By the time the comprehensive plan is approved and buildings are allowed to the proposed maximum heights, we grayheads will be long gone. Our children and grandchildren will live with the consequences of your planning. I strongly urge you to lower maximum building heights in the West Quadrant Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Hello. Greetings. I'm Peter Wilcox. I live in Northeast Portland. I'm a licensed captain. That's why I'm Captain Peter Wilcox. And I'm also president of Columbia Riverkeeper, although I'm speaking on my own behalf today. I actively participated in the Central Reach and West Quadrant Plan meetings and charrettes. And I'd like to give you briefly visit the current state of the city regarding waterfront, regarding some prior plans, and then also mention some ideas. And I won't get to all of them. As noted in the West Quadrant Plan's executive summary, item number 1, no other topic generated more shared enthusiasm among participants than activating the Willamette River. That's what I'll talk about mostly. Yet the river activation recommendations in the West Quadrant and Central Plans could be considerably bolder and greener and even have a bigger economic impact, in my opinion, and will still leave us behind other urban waterfront cities when we're done with what we have there now. The 1998 Central Plan, City Plan called for a network of water taxis. That's a topic I've been interested in for a long time. Some of you know. Many of those at the hearings who spoke about this are sorry that already hasn't happened. And then 13 years later, in the River Renaissance Plan, this was again championed and challenged the city to connect, quote unquote, new and existing neighborhoods to and across the river through multiple means that included water taxis. What can be done about a bolder, greener plan that includes water transport? Here's a few ideas. First, either complete the implementation of the current waterfront park master plan or update it and follow through on those recommendations. Hopefully, either way, a river-connected Portland will emerge using vessels that leave the river cleaner and the city greener behind their small wakes. Second, move up the 2 existing West Quadrant river transport actions from 6 to 20 years for another couple of decades to 2 to 5 years, at least the one that studies the funding that's available. Third, the Portland Waterfront Alliance is a group that I'm part of that made up of organizations and individuals who spend a disproportionate amount of time looking at the city from the water and its rivers. And we're creating and we'll be sharing a vision, a really bold vision for activating the downtown waterfront with new placemaking and a river-connected city centered on the James Beard Public Market. I have a couple other ideas regarding funding for this and especially on the state of the science restoration that are on my letter.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ruth Ann Barrett, and I'm going to start my presentation by admitting I'm a near nobody. I'm a somebody in terms of sustainability. I'm a sustainability advocate. I have a site, earthsayers.tv, and about 10,000 people come to it to hear the voices of sustainability each month. And I'm here because I've been starting a PDX downtown, or I started it 3 or 4 years ago, channel on YouTube. And I pretty much do what I like, and I interview people who interest me, and I'm creating some pieces of work around educating our citizens who, if you remember, the research indicates that we're really quite unaware and clearly not very knowledgeable about the ABCs of government. So here I am, a marketer, and I did something called spongy parking lots. And it's a short 3-minute. And what it does is talk about, taking the parking lots that surround me. And now I'm going to admit something to everyone. I live in Chinatown. I know you never get to meet people much who live in Chinatown, certainly not in the new Chinatown, Japantown Historical District, which I'm very proud of. But yes, I'm here. And so one of the things that we have in the area is parking lots galore. And they need to be spongy. And one of the interesting things is the quadrant plan, which I think is miraculous, and I have nothing but the highest respect for everyone who contributed to that. But there's also this minority report thing that I got my hands on. And one of the things they talk about is specificity. And you know what? In my neighborhood, looking up, if you will, to this plan, which again, I have the greatest respect for, where is, what we used to call an MBO objectives? How many old buildings, how many abandoned buildings, how many unsafe buildings, and of those, in your 5-year action plan or your 35-year action plan, do you intend to restore? That's all I want. I want to know if those 3 parking lots around me are going to be there for the next 30 years. Because then I have even more fuel to say we need to make them spongy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. And
Next-
what you'll find, I think, in Portland is almost anybody can propose a good idea and have it get adopted. So thank you.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Next 3 are Lynn Granner, I believe is the last name, and then Randy and Tina Wyzinski. Okay. Sure. Let's go ahead and go with Tim Block now. And then they'll be followed by Michael Mahaffey, Kate Washington, and Improni Boyle.
Okay, I think we may be coming down the home stretch, but welcome.
Okay, my name is Lynn Grannon, and I represent Oregon Nikkei Endowment. We are a nonprofit. I serve on the board, the executive board of the organization. We have 2 projects. One is the Japanese American Historical Plaza that's on the north waterfront, and the other is the Oregon Nikkei Legacy Center, which is on Northwest 2nd. Before I go on, I use the word Nikkei. It refers to anybody of Japanese descent who resides outside of Japan. So that would include from my immigrant grandparents down to my grandchildren. We are all Nikkei. Okay. The Japanese American Historical Plaza was built 25 years ago. It was a vision of one of Portland's greatest visionaries, Bill Naito. And with the help of the community, our Nikkei community, and with the help of Portland City, including the Portland Parks and Rec, the Metropolitan Arts Commission, and the Portland Development Commission, we made Bill's vision come to reality. It tells the Nikkei story from Japanese immigrants down through their settlement in Oregon, and then their lives through the wartime when they were incarcerated, through resettlement. And it tells it through art, in bronze etchings, and through poetry etched in stone. Bill liked to refer to it as the Bill of Rights Plaza because it evokes, for many of us, the rights guaranteed to all Americans through the Bill of Rights. And he had those etched in stone, and that's the beginning of the plaza. Our other project is the Oregon Nikkei Legacy Center, which is located in Old Town Chinatown. And many people don't know that prior to May 1942, it was known as Japantown. At that time, it had over 100 businesses, Japanese-owned businesses. And of course, that all ceased to exist after May 1942, when everyone was removed. Our Legacy Center is it's located in one of the original Japanese businesses. And I'm a retired educator, so when we have our thousands of visitors that have come through both of our projects in the last 20 and 25 years, it is really powerful when we tell the stories of our ancestors and our legacy, and we are in the actual buildings where they worked and they lived. And as many people have mentioned, the legacy that we have here in Portland is so important, it's so rich, it's culturally rich, and we hope to be able to preserve this. And I would like to thank the Portland Bureau of Sustainability to go through this process with us and discuss how we can work together and maintain and the rich history that we have for future generations. We do support the height limit only on Block 33. I think there are 3 areas that were noted in the maps. And we also support the immediate adoption of the nomination for the new Chinatown, Japantown National Historic District. And thank you for working with us thus far.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Tina, and I'm here testifying on behalf of my husband Randy, who could not be here because he's out of town. So, here we go. Hello, councilors and mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. As a 7-year Goose Hollow resident and former GHFL board member, that's Goose Hollow Foothills League, I am for more than 4 years. I am deeply optimistic for the potential that Goose Hollow has as a neighborhood. Being as close in as we are to one of the most dynamic downtowns in the country, with careful planning, there is no reason that our neighborhood shouldn't become one of the most desired locations to live, work, and play in the USA. It is convenient, historic, and diverse. I feel confident that if we can focus on the safety, livability, parkways, public spaces, availability of retail, and family living, we can achieve that dream. I say this with experience, as I have lived in nearly every quadrant of the city and have been involved in neighborhood associations throughout as well. It is through these experiences that I chose to devote my time to the Goose Hollow cause. I feel it is a diamond in the rough. I was very excited to participate in not only the visionary conversations that we were able to have during the past 4 years through the VRC, but as well through participation in the design charrettes that were held in conjunction with the City of Portland. The great thing about an open and thorough process is that you can't complain about it once it is completed. From past experience, done properly, which I firmly believe this process was done not only properly, but robustly, I have seen this process leave some incredible legacies and build some great relationships throughout the neighborhood. I must admit that in the beginning, I expected that the city would have its own agenda. However, I was pleasantly surprised to read how thoughtful, thorough, and representative the results and recommendations that were recently published were. It is nice to see the results of careful collaboration when all parties are respected and their viewpoints taken into consideration. I am happy to say that the recent study was not only representative of our neighborhood, our entire neighborhood, not just one building. It left me excited to be visionary enough to live in and own a piece of Goose Hollow. As a resident and former GHFL board member, I fully support the West Quadrant Plan and implementation, and the capping of the 405. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Mahaffey, Stasis Foundation, 742 Southwest Vista Avenue. I'm a practicing urban planner and urban designer, and I also do research and education in sustainable urban development. And many of my good friends and colleagues have been part of developing the West Quadrant Plan. And so nothing I say is meant to impugn their hard work, or others throughout this process. But as I have shared with staff previously, there is research evidence on tall buildings that shows that they can fuel demolition of historic structures, they can exacerbate economic inequality, they have significant impacts of shading, wind, view, and other factors, and they can degrade the livability of the critical public realm. The claim that tall buildings will promote more sustainable development is contradicted by a large and growing body of research evidence. I'd be happy to share more of that with you. I do understand that tall buildings offer attractive profits, particularly for affordable housing. That's something a goal that I share very much as well. But I think we have to recognize the dangers in this kind of supply side economic strategy, deregulating so that the wealth will trickle down to the rest of the city and to affordable housing and the other things that we want to do. In many cities around the world, the results of this strategy have been, to put it bluntly, dismaying. Some of my own research for the Urban Land Institute has documented how global capital is currently flooding into high-rise projects and profoundly changing the character of cities around the globe. And unfortunately, we are not immune here. Up to now, Portland has been a champion of an alternative path to urban economic development, a Jane Jacobs model, if you will, promoting a diversity of people, of businesses, of building types and ages. And I think it's urgent to secure and to build upon this prime economic asset and to maintain our global leadership, for that really is what it is, and not throw that away in a rush to become a pale imitation of some other city we wish we were. We are a great city already, and to that treasure, let us first do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all. Okay. How many more do we have left signed up?
Sir, are you going to put your testimony in?
Michael, are you going to leave us a copy of your testimony?
Sorry?
Are you going to leave us a copy of your?
If you leave your testimony with the clerk.
Actually, I have already submitted that to your staff. Everyone, all the council members have,
Okay.
the commissioners have copies of those already. I'll be happy to furnish additional
As long as we've
information.
got it in the record, that's fine.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
have, there's a white paper that actually sets out many of the citations and the sort of the evidence-based approach that we're advocating. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay.
I believe we have 30 or so more.
I don't think that's still true in the room, but how many people still planning to testify? Okay, we're down to a relatively manageable number. Why don't you call the next, want to take a 5-minute break and then come back and try to finish it out?
Just to stretch.
Stretch break? We've been at 3 hours.
Mayor, at 5:45.
Ready to get back to the hearing, folks. 5-minute breaks are very dangerous here because they tend to become longer than 5 minutes.
Gavel.
We'll reconvene in about 30 seconds here, so.
Something fun tonight?
Going to the Caldera fundraiser.
Good, that will be on.
Call the next 3 people, please, Sue.
And the next 3 are Kate Washington, Indrani Boyle, Christine Sarles. They'll be followed by John Spencer, Daniel Caven, and David Gold.
Okay, come on up. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Indrani Boyle. I'm an associate campus planner at Portland State University, and I'm here on behalf of our director of campus planning, Jason Franklin, who served on the stakeholder advisory committee but couldn't be here this afternoon. I'm here to express support for the recommended draft West Quadrant plan. The plan emphasizes the continued success of downtown Portland and also improves key areas. The success of PSU is undeniably linked to the success of downtown Portland. I don't think we can pretend otherwise. PSU is a major landholder and employer in the central city, and we believe that this plan supports PSU's mission and future growth. Like much of the central city, PSU's growth is becoming more dense and mixed use. Any new buildings are likely to have a partnership component with either another institution, a nonprofit, a government agency, or part of the private sector. And in order to enhance that kind of development, we need the appropriate land use entitlements and infrastructure development. We believe this plan makes that possible. We welcome the levels of density recommended in the plan, which will increase the vibrancy of the university district, may create new opportunities, and also increase private housing development, which serves PSU students. We want to recognize the hard work of staff and the advisory committee. And again, we encourage you to adopt the plan. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christine Sarles. I am a 25-year resident of downtown Portland. I've lived by Portland State, where I attended and where I graduated from. I lived in Imperial Arms in Goose Hollow. I've also lived in Northwest near the Fred Meyer, near Civic Stadium, and I'm currently, as of the last 13 years, living in the Pearl District in Irving Street Lofts, which is the Pearl, part of the Preserve the Pearl area. I'm here on my own behalf, however. So what I do support, actually, what he was talking about, however, in terms of the historic part of the Pearl District, which is slowly disappearing, actually more like rapidly disappearing. And it's interesting you're here from you're representing Portland State. Well, Portland State actually has been known for its urban planning. And its urban planning in terms of how Portland is right now, in terms of its footprint and walkability, livability, and building height restrictions. And on that, and when I graduated from Portland State, I had very specific career goals in mind. And I made a conscientious choice to pick a career that I, of course, would enjoy, but would give me the greatest chance of being able to remain in Portland. I did so because I appreciate the lifestyle and quality of life that this city affords me. A large part of my lifestyle and hence quality of life has much to do with the urban design of the city. Portland State had that influence. I truly enjoy walking around Portland and living here. Key to this sound design is a restriction on building heights. In any case, many of us here today are distressed, not about development. In fact, development can have a very positive impact on communities. No, we are distressed over the fact that the West Quadrant Plan, in its current iteration, seeks to eviscerate the identity of Portland, a city that, for the most part, currently affords many of us a higher standard of living than one would find in other cities. And this has such a great deal to do with building heights. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Could you just tell me how many stories is Irving Street lot?
It is 75 feet high. It is 7 stories.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next, please.
John Spencer, Daniel Caven, David Gold. They'll be followed by Bill Riley, Ted Gilbert, Harvey Black.
Good evening. You're on first, Mr. Spencer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for hosting this event. I'm here representing the Urban Design Panel, which is made up, and the Executive Committee of that panel, which is made up of members from the American Institute of Architects, the American Planning Association, and the American Society of Landscape Architects. So it's a multidisciplinary group that gets together a couple times a month and deals with urban design issues in the central city and other parts of Portland and other parts of the region. We've been a participant in the planning process through some charrettes that our members have attended. We've hosted some workshops with staff, so we've been involved in the process, and we support the West Quadrant Plan as it's presented to you here, and we would support the maximum height limits that are incorporated as part of the plan. I think our group feels that it's important, and there's a whole history of planning in Portland where it's well regulated, but there are allowances for a whole lot of variety of building types and building forms and building shapes and building sizes on our small blocks, including some tall buildings. And we really don't see the recommendations, basically refinements, I believe, of the current height limits as being big issues or a threat to the scale and diversity and the livability that a lot of people have been talking about.
Excuse me, sir, could we start the clock on this?
Oh, that's all right, keep going.
I'm finished.
Since you have 2 minutes, and you represent a lot of people here, what do you say to, we've heard a lot of people say that they believe that the character of Portland is at risk with this height, and they've talked about a range of things from demolitions to inequality to vertical sprawl and other things, and you obviously have a very strong view to the contrary, but very briefly, could you comment on that?
I think all you have to do is look at the area between the Wells Fargo Bank and the US Bank Tower. The height limit, the height standards of like 400 and some odd feet between those two buildings have been in place since 1972. And you can pretty much count the number of towers that are even close to the maximum height on two hands. So I think that the scale of development and the scale of growth that's being talked about for this area, in my mind, doesn't conjure up the sort of row after row after row of towers that people seem to be implying that this plan would allow.
Right, that spine along the Transit Mall has been pretty much unchanged for 30 years.
Right. We've got some written testimony, and we've actually addressed some of the points that have been brought up, so I won't go into that, but you should have a copy of that.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Evening, I guess. My name is Daniel Caven, and I am the Managing Director of William Caven Architecture and the founder of Caven & Company, a development company. I speak to you today from the world of architectural optimist and number-crunching hopeful. Specifically, I would like to further elaborate on the height in Old Town Chinatown, as I am currently developing a catalytic project in the neighborhood. I strongly encourage you to raise the height in Chinatown proper to 150 feet, unencumbered by historic resource transfers. 150 feet is the minimum height limit to build a structure that will be enjoyed for generations to come and pencil out in today's economy. The current limit of 100 feet simply does not allow for the economy of scale to utilize generational building systems. We are in danger, Portland, in becoming a city of 5/1 wood buildings, which top out at about 65 feet, do not weather well, and do not perform as well in an earthquake. An international jury assembled this year for the AIA Portland Architecture Awards publicly chided the local design community here for the uninspired and homogenized 5/1 wood apartment buildings. Lastly, I encourage you to seek counsel in discussing the West Quadrant plan with teens and 20-somethings. Speak to those that are going to live with the decisions we make today. They are not well represented in this process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is David Gold, and I am one of the owners of the Block 33 that's been discussed so much today, commonly known as Jack's Old Town Parking Lot. I also own, or I'm part of the ownership teams of the buildings across the street, known as Goldsmith Blocks, and also the Technology and Arts Block. Let me preface my remarks, though, by saying that on a recent trip to Dallas, unfortunately, one of the high points of my trip was to see the deck, which is the cover of 3 blocks of freeway, and it's fabulous.
Been there.
Unfortunately, the football game was not the high point. But that truly, if you haven't seen it, even Google Map it. It's worth taking the 2 seconds to
I
look
can
at.
top that. I got to hear Lyle Lovett sing on that.
Okay, so I'm here, I guess, to mainly discuss the height issue. And I think Daniel covered some of my testimony. I want to emphasize that the 100-foot limit is truly a unique mark because it is that in-between, and it dictates the style and the type of construction that you will eventually see or development. I find myself in an interesting situation. I'm not a big fan of surface parking lots, but yet I own a full block. But I also want to do a legacy quality project there. And I think that the 100-foot limit, and I think I've persuaded many of the people in the neighborhood, the stakeholders in the neighborhood, that the 150 feet will at least allow the possibility of a true quality project. I'm not interested in a 5/1 project on that block. It may happen, but it wouldn't be me. I wouldn't develop it. Real quickly, I would say that the Uwajimaya, I'm not going to make a statement that it would have gotten built if there had been 150 feet. There was a lot of other considerations, but it's a good possibility. It was something that we tried to include, but we thought that we couldn't spot zone. We went through it with another developer for office, for housing, could not make anything pencil at the 100-foot limit. The last thing, I'm not sure what the status of the parking lot tax is, but I want to make it clear we were at about a $14 million gap. And I don't care how much the tax was on the surface parking, it wouldn't have made any difference. And as the landlord for small retailers, small businesses, I'm talking really small businesses, and small creative office spaces, the first thing those folks ask me is, where do I park? And increasing the cost of parking to those folks and their customers, it's just another nail in the coffin down there. So I think we need to keep that parking available, especially as we build new projects and don't require parking for those projects.
David, if you mentioned that there was a delta of like 14, 15, 16 million, whatever, on the Uwajimaya deal. If we went to 150 feet at Block 33, do you have visions for that development that pencil out without public subsidy?
Can I go back to Daniel?
No.
No, I think that the greatest challenge there is going to be the parking. I mean, I think that we've been talking about which urban renewal area we're going to be in, and that's fine. There's, I think, 6 million in downtown waterfront. There's more in the River District. But really, the parking is going to be the big hurdle because I'm insistent that the demands of the new building be met, plus the 175 spaces that are currently existing be replaced. So because I own over 110,000 square feet of office and retail across the street, there's got to be parking for those folks. And, for example, the New Grove Hotel, they're proposing a 9-story building with, I think, 110 units total, no parking. So parking is going to be scarce.
And underground parking is unbelievably expensive and does not make very much money. I mean, that's the big problem, particularly being in a location that's near the river.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thanks very much. Thank you all.
Next 3 are Bill Riley, Ted Gilbert, and Harvey Black. And they'll be followed by Gary Kruger, Jim Kilpatrick, and Jamie Anderson. So
Are those folks still here other than Mr. Black?
Bill Riley, Ted Gilbert. Let's go with Gary Kruger or Jim Kilpatrick.
Okay.
Jamie Anderson, Judy Bell.
Okay. Come on up, and why don't you go ahead and start, Mr. Black?
All right. I'm Harvey Black, Chair of Friends of Goose Hollow LLC. I will not repeat the testimony that was sent to all of you about 10 days, 2 weeks ago. As others have pointed out, the voice of the individual citizen was not allowed to be heard in the Stakeholders Committee. My comments will be on how to achieve increased population density while preserving livability. We have been successfully living with the urban growth boundary for many years. Its effects have been beneficial in curbing urban sprawl. However, the concept presumes a rising population density within the boundary. The U.S. Census of 2010 shows that the Goose Hollow and the Northwest District taken together have the 4th highest population density in Oregon. The rank would have been higher, probably 2 or 3, if the PSU students hadn't been considered as residents for the population. When one travels through Goose Hollow and Northwest Districts, one finds that a majority of the existing buildings are less than 75 feet. We advocate limiting height for new construction in these districts to 100 feet, and this will allow a substantial increase in density while maintaining the livability of the area. And then I might note that in the presentation of the West Quadrant Plan, which started this meeting, there was no rationale nor justification for the rising of heights. There's no reasons. Now, there may be good reasons, which I am not aware of, but we didn't hear any. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name's Jamie Anderson, and I've been a resident of the West End for almost 8 years. And everybody else has spoken much more eloquently than I am able to, but I wanted to speak my support of lowering the maximum building heights in the West End to 100 feet. Portland has a real history of being progressive and forward-thinking. We've benefited from the foresight and careful planning of previous generations, from the park blocks developed in the 1880s to the esplanades on the Willamette River in the 1990s, to public sculpture gardens, to the streetcar, to bicycle lanes. Every effort has been made to enhance the livability of the city. And I am hoping that that same thoughtful planning will continue to the West End. It's a quality of life that is offered by that human-scaled environment. And it provides all the neighborhood necessities for area residents in buildings that don't dwarf the older buildings. And that's part of what would continue to make Portland one of the most attractive and livable cities on the West Coast. You are at a point where you will decide the trajectory of our neighborhood's growth. I hope you will look forward and plan appropriate densities and still refer to Portland's past. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Jim Kilpatrick. I am a business owner and a property owner at 17th and Taylor, which is in the Goose Hollow neighborhood. My company has brought people and vitality to a building that had been vacant for many years there. In 2005, we moved in with 20 employees. Today, we have 140. My partners and I have invested a great deal of capital into our building in the neighborhood to accommodate that growth. We moved into a drab stucco building with little punched windows. Today, it's a creative open office space with floor-to-ceiling window wall. It's LEED certified, and we've achieved City of Portland Sustainability at Gold designation. It's a bustling, cool place to work. All that's to say that I'm invested in deeply care about the future and character of the Goose Hollow neighborhood. My business partner, Greg Wimmer, served on the neighborhood board for many years to represent our interest in establishing a direction that supported job growth and redevelopment. In that regard, I've studied the West End plan, particularly as it relates to the Goose Hollow neighborhood, and I support it as written. The neighborhood process we participated in over the last 5 years was transparent and did include a diverse representation of the property owners in that area. The new neighborhood board, which advocates for height reduction, does not represent us. The board elections were swept by the residents of a single building and don't speak for most of the business and property owners in the neighborhood. I urge you to honor the work that the well-intentioned Portlanders on SAC and VRC has done and move forward maintaining the current height limitations that are currently reflected in the West Quadrant Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would urge the council to carefully consider Michael Mahaffey's documentary submission in this matter.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will. Thank you all. Okay, next.
Sorry. See, the next three are Judy Bell, Jill Long, and Deanna Mullen Crispin.
Okay, looks like you got all three.
And then we'll have Debbie Kitchen, Mark Velke, and Mary Veal Hall, I believe it is. The large, sorry.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Judy Bell, and I'm a resident of the West End, and will read a statement by a fellow resident who was unable to attend today. My name is Christine Nielsen. I'm a resident of the West End and past chair of the Elliott Tower Condominium Owners Association. I chose purposely to live in the West End, an area of mixed-use structures evocative of the time when Portland's distinctive neighborhoods were developing around streetcar lines. I value that this is not the glamorous Pearl District or the futuristic South Waterfront. This is a neighborhood in an old-fashioned sense. I ask you to consider the treasured history of turn-of-the-century Portland in the West End's existing buildings. Should the allowable heights specified in the draft West Quadrant Plan be adopted, the buildings that not only give the neighborhood character, but offer affordable housing to a large number of elderly on fixed incomes, Portland State students, and those of moderate means who work downtown, would over time give way to more costly housing and lead to gentrification. This is a neighborhood that should continue to develop to support a balanced mixture of populations across the economic spectrum. What we call the middle class is the least represented in the West End. In order to add new residents that will bring additional vitality to our neighborhood, and at the same time protect the character of the neighborhood and continued affordability across the spectrum of incomes, building height must not exceed 80 to 100 feet. For those locations in the West End where buildings in excess of 8 to 10 stories might make sense, developers should be required to seek and win a variance, making the case for how the added height will strengthen the area, not degrade it. Ideally, new buildings of 5 to 8 stories should be encouraged. In that way, new development will enhance the fabric of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jill Long, and I'm an attorney with Lane Powell. I'm here today on behalf of our client, the Multnomah Athletic Club. As a proud member of the Goose Hollow community for almost 125 years, the MAC is excited to be here today to testify in support of the West Quadrant Plan. We would like to thank the city, the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and the Planning and Sustainability Commission for its diligent and hard work in creating this plan. Over an 18-month period through multiple public work sessions, public hearings, the MAC has seen the city take a thoughtful and balanced approach to protecting Goose Hollow and promoting reasonable growth in Goose Hollow. In particular, the MAC appreciates the plan's efforts to support the many different components that make up the vibrant Goose Hollow neighborhood. Goose Hollow is a unique urban neighborhood with transit-rich amenities and a true mixed-use character. It's made up of a wide variety of uses from business to retail to residential and of course to regional destinations, such as Providence Park and the Multnomah Athletic Club. It's a challenge to honor each of those types of uses while still protecting the character of Goose Hollow, but we believe that the proposed West Quadrant Plan does that very successfully. Goose Hollow is a critical component to a healthy central city, and the West Quadrant Plan ensures that it will remain a successful neighborhood for decades to come. And the MAC looks forward to being a proud member of Goose Hollow for another 125 years at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Deanna Crispin, and Mueller-Crispin, and I live in the West End. I have 4 points to make. First, keep Portland, Portland. You've heard that quite a bit today. Second, it is a false notion that housing density can only be achieved by high rises. That's just not true. Talk about it more. Third, affordable housing is not being addressed in the proposed plan. We've heard about that a lot too. And fourth, citizens and experts were not listened to in this planning process. Keeping Portland, Portland. The design principle to shape the skyline seems to apply to a person driving a car across the Willamette River maybe and looking over at the city, but it really has no meaning for someone who's trying to live and work in the city. And I might mention that nearly 80% of the West End, where I live, is zoned for between 250 and not 350, but 460 square feet, which totally contradicts livability goals. Unique neighborhoods are Portland's trump card, and our historic buildings are an essential part of the ambiance that we love. But although there's a place for tall buildings in Portland, they need to be located strategically, not allowed willy-nilly everywhere. Second, density. As a teenager, I visited the Cumberland Apartments on the blocks, a wonderful 4-story building built in 1910, and I immediately wanted to live there. The zoning is 50 feet tall, zoning permits 250. It provides 32 housing units on 0.1 acre. Is this dense housing? I think so. Third point, affordable housing is not being created or preserved in Portland. You've heard that a lot. The plan's housing goal is to preserve existing supply and continue to support development of existing housing, but there is nothing in the plan addressing preserving affordable housing and little substance to implement the goal other than developing tools to partner with the private development community. Timeline 2016 to 2021. I just wanted to say one thing about experts not being listened to. I was particularly disappointed that many well-considered comments by the AIA's Portland Historic Landmark Commission dated 9/3/14 recommending revisions to the plan were disregarded. Those comments would have reinforced both green city goals and reuse of existing resources.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next 3 are Debbie Kitchen, Mark Belkey, and Mary Valere, I believe may be the last name. It's on Southwest Market.
Go ahead,
Hi.
Debbie.
Okay.
Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment today on the West Quadrant Plan. I'm Debbie Kitchen, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Central East Side Industrial Council. Our board and members are very concerned about some of the language in the West Quadrant Plan that addresses possible removal of or reconfiguration of the west side ramps on the Morrison Bridge. We feel this would be a critical issue for us. We have fought very hard to preserve freight movement in and out of our district, and we need the west side ramps not only to get access to I-5, but we need it to get access to North 30 or north to Highway 30 and points west. Right now, the Hawthorne Bridge is extremely, not the Hawthorne Bridge, but the Ross Island Bridge is extremely congested. If traffic had to move there, or all the traffic had to move up to Broadway Bridge, that would have impacts on a lot of other neighborhood business districts as well, not just the Central East Side. So we're very concerned about those issues. The Central East Side is home to over 17,000 jobs. During the recession, our district was one of the most successful in terms of still growing jobs. We have a number of businesses and products that are made there, including building materials, food products, furniture, coffee, beer, bicycles, machinery, athletic equipment. There's just, you could go on and on. Many of these businesses are traded sectors, so they contribute to the economic health of the region, and we need to be able to access our our transit system and transportation system in order to get our goods to market. The industrial composition of the district also enhances the opportunity for blue-collar and family wage jobs that contribute to the city's goals for equity. So in short, we want to preserve the ramps on the Morrison Bridge, the west side ramps, in order to ensure that we have efficient freight movement. This is really critical for our district, and so that's what I'm here today to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Did you also, thank you for your testimony and for hanging in there. I know everybody's been very patient taking your turn. There's an item that says explore opportunities to mitigate noise and visual impacts of the East Side Freeway on Waterfront Park, which I would assume might mean some kind of noise barrier on your side of the river? Or did you have any conversation about that?
I'm not sure we weren't sure what that means, and we didn't feel that that was as important an issue. If it's set up so that there are ways you can do it by resurfacing the bridge, that you can have noise reduction. There's ways you can put a little bit higher walls around the lanes, that would help with noise mitigation. We don't feel, as long as they didn't decrease the size of the bridge in terms of number of lanes and ability to move, that was a concern. I'm not sure what other measures there might be, so it could be that if we saw more detailed plans that had something to do, that impacted the portal capacity for the freeways, then we might have a concern.
Okay.
But some of the measures that people have talked about didn't seem to be a concern for our access of freight and freight movement.
Well, that's something that I'll have more information from staff, but I really appreciate you bringing the perspective that what happens in the West Quadrant doesn't stay in the West Quadrant.
Right.
It doesn't only affect folks in the West Quadrant, right? It affects the whole city, and so you
It
bring an
does.
important perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Valent. I'm a resident of the Goose Hollow neighborhood, an architect, and the mother of 2 young children. And after sitting here today, I might want to add that they will be graduating college, looking for a job, and looking for a home at that time when this plan comes due. So this is very relevant to my family and people of my age group. I was a Goose Hollow Foothills League board member from 2009 to 2013, chair of its visioning committee from 2011 to 2013, and was a neighborhoods representative on the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee. I am here today to encourage council to approve the recommended draft. Goose Hollow has been working on this draft for more than 4 years now. The Goose Hollow Vision Realization Committee, established in 2011, sought to bring together a diverse representation of neighborhood stakeholders to craft its vision prior to the Central City 2035 process. The work of that committee culminated in a list of neighborhood principles that were incorporated into the draft before you. I'd like to thank the many residents, Goose Hollow board members, neighborhood businesses, and representatives from Lincoln High School, the MAC, Hotel Deluxe, the Oregonian, and Artist Repertory Theater, who served on this committee during that time the principles were drafted. In addition, I would like to thank the staff at BPS for their time and attention to the neighborhood. They spent countless hours attending neighborhood meetings, organizing and conducting a neighborhood charrette, open house, and drafting and redrafting district goals and policies to align with the neighborhood vision. The document before you successfully incorporates the aspirations of the Goose Hollow neighborhood and provides for improved livability for its current and future residents. The plan envisions a neighborhood Main Street on Jefferson with a restored Vista Bridge at its terminus, a redeveloped Lincoln High School site with a public green space and community center, a safe and improved Burnside, a vibrant mixed-use center around Providence Park, affordable family and workforce housing, and a cap over 405. As a neighborhood, we are rightfully excited at the prospects and are ready to start implementing the plan. To do so, this council can help. I would recommend, in addition to adoption of this document, council considers acting on the following 4 issues critical to Goose Hollow and the city at large in the near future. First of all, Lincoln High School. The Portland Public School Board has approved a new Lincoln to be included on the 2016 bond. Master planning of the site will begin soon. This is a critical piece of property in the Goose Hollow and the Central City at large. City collaboration with PPS, the neighborhood, and the Lincoln community in the coming months is essential to maximize its potential. And on Burnside, this is the only street in the West Quadrant termed a high crash corridor. The draft does little to improve it, instead referring to adopted council policy favoring a couplet. There was talk about a fallback plan, but nothing has been done. This street is too important to let languish, and council should take action as soon as possible. As far as the I-405 cap, yes, this is a big project, but every neighborhood that touches 405 recognized it as a barrier and a source of noise and pollution that detracts from the livability of the city. As the city grows, area over 405 will continue to gain in value. It cannot just continue to be a line item in a long-range plan. And finally, the historic inventory. This is very important to Goose Hollow and many other parts of the city. With population growth making our historic structures more vulnerable, this inventory and the methods we use to protect them needs to be revisited and updated as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Good points. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mark Velke. I'm a retired Navy veteran of 25 years and a Goose Hollow resident. 3 months ago, 7 new GHFO board members who were endorsed by Friends of Goose Hollow overthrew the old Goose Hollow Foothills League board after they refused to listen to residents' concerns and abandoned their obligation to the neighborhood. For a decade, the Goose Hollow Foothills League board has been dominated by developers and business interests who often held over 50% of board positions, even though they make up only 10% of the membership. Developers and business members friendly to developer positions were the dominant voices. They stacked committees and the board with their allies, making it difficult for most residents to be heard. For example, as the minutes show, the Vision Realization Committee was designed by these folks to get around the GHFL Planning Committee. Yet West Quadrant staff relied heavily on this committee to make decisions for what Goose Hollow wants. Residents who disagreed with business members about planning and development were discredited, defamed, shouted down, forced off the board, and have their livelihoods threatened. The residents' removal of developer and business control over Goose Hollow must be addressed, since this changes what Goose Hollow wants for the West Quadrant plan. I'm also worried about who the Planning Bureau chose for its stakeholders committee. You know, the Office of Neighborhood Involvement requires neighborhood association board members avoid conflicts of interest. They must disclose any interest they have in a transaction or board decision that may result in a financial gain to them, their businesses, family members, or employers. And they can't be present for or participate in board discussions or votes on decisions that they will gain financially from. If the Planning Bureau stuck to the same code of ethics for the so-called stakeholders of the West Quadrant, then a large portion of the committee couldn't have participated. Many of the stakeholders will profit financially if the West Quadrant plan goes their way. The Melvin Mark Development Company even had 2 representatives on the stakeholders committee. No wonder they voted for unlimited height limits. Meanwhile, not a single resident of the West End was on the stakeholders committee. Commissioners, I want you to understand that the opinions heard from West Quadrant stakeholders were slanted in favor of developers who stand to gain millions of dollars by steering height limits, FAR, bonuses, and zone changes in their favor. I would like you to hold the West Quadrant stakeholders to the same ethical standards that neighborhood board members have. Please give time for the Goose Hollow residents to be heard. We are asking that you delay your vote until Goose Hollow holds its membership vote on height limits February 11th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question about this Goose Hollow Foothills League board election? I'm just curious, how many people voted in that election, and how does that compare to the total population of Goose Hollow?
If I remember right, there were, I think, around 80 people at the meeting. And if I remember from reading the census, which was several years ago, I think there was around 5,000 to 6,000 people in Goose Hollow. But 80 members at an election, that's huge. I can't even remember the last time, maybe somebody who's been to a few more than me, but that's a huge turnout to get 80 members to show up at a meeting. Typically, we get about, 10 or 12, 15, something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I add one thing with that, just is that any resident has a vote if they join. So there are obviously other interests besides residents in the neighborhood too. And so, for example, a theater or somebody else only has 1 vote, whereas a condominium building or something would have obviously hundreds of votes.
Got it. Thank you all. Thanks very much.
Next 3 are Wilfred Mueller-Crispin, Ken Puckett, and Steve Pinger. What about Terry Chung? Jerry Powell? Oh, Terry's here, sorry. Oops.
Why don't you go ahead and-
Sorry, Terry Chung. That's not you, okay.
Why don't you go ahead and start? Then-
Good evening, my name is Wilfred Müller-Crispin. I would like to give testimony in favor of height restrictions to a maximum of 100 feet. In the West End, I do live downtown Portland on 10th and Jefferson. We need to revitalize already existing buildings and have further studies before plan adoptions. I call it livability for the many rather than the enrichment and ego building to the few. I was born in Germany, just as a background. I grew up in a smallish town near Frankfurt, Germany. My sister used to work there for 45 years, one of the main business streets that Frankfurt has. She used to be very comfortable in that city. Many high-rises went up in between, and she today wouldn't set foot after sundown into Frankfurt because of the increased crime and the discomfort that you get with a city with a lot of high-rises and not much more. So just as a reference, my wife and I moved to downtown Portland in 2008 from an unincorporated Washington County, had half an acre. What attracted us was the openness and variety of the architectural building styles. Many of them historical value, giving the city warmth and character and livability of the downtown area. The city that is walkable, vibrant, and full of life, as promoted by Travel Portland. Many of you have noticed how many groups come to Portland, visitors, guests who want to visit Portland as it is today. An increase I noticed over the last 10 years very easily. They're coming here because of what Portland is, not what it might be. I've visited over 65 countries, many cities with high rises. The ones I feel most comfortable in and safe are cities of human scale. For example, I'll take up a second, Dresden, clean slate after World War II, could have been rebuilt in any which way you think of. You go there, they're actually proud that they only have one high-rise in a city. You go there, you go to St. Petersburg, anywhere in the world, Paris, you feel good because it has a human scale to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Jerry Powell. I live at 1926 Southwest Madison Street, and you generally know me. I'm a retired planner, and I've been active in my neighborhood for 40 years. Daniel Burnham said, "Make no little plans." And in a funny way, this is a little plan. Not because it's small in scale, but because it's a bit timid. The downtown plan, I was actually a participant in the downtown plan in the early 70s, established a pattern for the central city that talked about its scale. And it talked about it in a way that attempted to draw people, attract people to it rather than send them away from it. In terms of the visual environment of this place, and this is the capital word, or capital P place. Very, very important. Anyway, the envelope of downtown was to scale down to the river so that it didn't eclipse the river. It was to scale down to the historic districts so it didn't eclipse them. It was to provide vision and views and vistas, not only of the town, but from the town, not just a single pathway from the Rose Garden to Mount Hood, but a view that encompassed the place. Place comes up repeatedly. It is what we are about. If we didn't have the green fringe around downtown, we wouldn't be us. We can't lose that. When a building penetrates the skyline, the skyline becomes about that building, not about the place. The Goose Hollow neighborhood is historic. Basically, it's a historic suburb, and it's become an urban place. The scale of that place was clearly the dominant concern when we did a neighborhood plan 20 years ago. Stadium Station Plan is what it's called in the official annals, but it's really the Goose Hollow Neighborhood Plan. When we did that plan, we very, very consciously planned a certain scale of that place. It wasn't tiny by any means, but it did make certain assumptions about the carrying capacity of the place, how you got into it, how you got out of it. It made some assumptions about what people needed. One of the primary principles in that plan, which applies really as well, I think, to what I'm hearing people say about the West End, is that it should be a people place. It should be a place that has housing for families. It should be a place that has housing for all the folks that are in between those two polar opposites that you've heard about being attracted to high density and high-rise dominated places. So how do you get there? Well, one of the things that you really do have to think about, and that I find missing in the plan, is an attention to scale elements. What do you do for active recreation, for instance, in the West End or in Goose Hollow?
So Joe, let me just stop you because I need some clarification. In Goose Hollow, are the heights proposed to be increased?
That's a very interesting question, because the graphic that exists in the Western Quadrant document that you have uses, for instance, 175-foot height for a large part of Goose Hollow. The height limit that's in Title 33, in 33.820, that's wrong, 520, is 100 feet. Where do you get the extra height? It's the bonus.
So this goes back to Tracy's point about have the actual height, not the height with the bonus.
Exactly.
So are they actually proposing changing the base height or not?
I don't think you can tell that from the text or from the graphics in the quadrant plan.
I'm very relieved to hear you say that, because I've been studying it and I couldn't.
Trying to figure out the same thing? Yeah.
So
okay.
That's something that we'll get clarification.
A little piece of history that might help. And I don't think, actually, there are too many people that knew that the bonus height that goes through downtown Portland and applies in the vicinity, a radius of every light rail station, was put in place as a citywide effort to encourage development around light rail stations in East County. It was totally inapplicable and maybe even counterproductive in the downtown area.
So what you would like to see is to keep the heights in Goose Hollow the way they are currently in the zoning code?
I would like to see the bonus heights removed from the central city plan area, frankly.
But as far as the base zone heights?
The base zone, I don't have a quarrel with that.
Thank you.
Two more points. One is, there was a question with respect to Jefferson. Jefferson is becoming the kind of main street that it once aspired to be. We've sort of shook off the problem of having been a federal aid secondary highway and have become again a main street. Don't interfere with that. Let the commercial storefront character go all the way from should I say the museum or the park blocks to the reservoirs. That's really a critical part. The other thing is Burnside. There's an ad hoc group that has been meeting with respect to Burnside. You're all well aware that there is a plan on the city's books still for a couplet on Burnside. Goose Hollow has never really wavered from its support for that couplet, and we fear that probably the city has. There have been alternatives offered that never quite passed muster. We can't let Burnside languish as a sort of failed area simply because there's never been any directed action on it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your work. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Steve Pinger, and I reside at 2669 Northwest Xavier Street. And believe it or not, I was actually in this very room 43 odd years ago when the downtown plan was adopted by council, a different council it appears to me, but
Different room, too.
Turn it around, exactly. Exactly. More recently, however, I was a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the West Quadrant Plan, and I wrote the Minority Report on Building Height Policy. I hope that you've had the opportunity to read through the Minority Report, because I feel that in 4 fairly undense pages, it raises a handful of important questions about current and proposed building height policy. But at heart, the Minority Report is not really about building heights, but about what kind of city do we want Portland to become over the next generation. How we manage how tall buildings can be and where they can be built is fundamental to this question, and no other factor has the ability to influence the livability of the central city as much as this does. And Portland's livability is truly its greatest asset. Everybody wants to come to live and work in Portland, and not because of its exciting skyline, but because of its comfortable scale, the character of its streets and neighborhoods, and its unpretentious buildings and way of life. These qualities are the soul of Portland that I believe we need to be careful to conserve, and that I fear the building height concept of the West Quadrant Plan as currently written puts in jeopardy. And so my request is that the council consider adopting the 4 specific recommendations of the Minority Report along with the West Quadrant Plan. The recommendations do not suggest lowering building heights or any changes in current policy. They are intended to be uncontroversial and simply to establish the framework for a more comprehensive review of this critical area of public policy as the West Quadrant Plan goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. We appreciate it. Okay, thank you all.
Next 3 are Ron Paul, Stefan Lewis, and John Zarnicki.
Good evening.
How about Dwayne Betts?
Ron, go ahead while John's getting settled there.
Good evening, Ron Paul, Director of the James Beard Market. Had I known that we were going this late, I should have brought treats.
Yeah, where's the food?
Right.
Come on now.
Smoked salmon.
Right. The area of the plan that I want to address is the Morrison Bridgehead, which is the proposed site for the James Beard Market. The site is at an urban crossroads, not at an urban cul-de-sac, and it really deserves the kind of flexibility that the plan allows. The purpose of the market is really to enhance the viability of local foods for the entire city and to create a pipeline for 60 to 70 independent, locally owned, non-franchise food merchants to be able to showcase the bounty that really is growing right outside the urban growth boundary. In the 70s, we created the UGB and we allowed family farms to survive. And survive they did, but often just barely. With the development of the market, we have a chance for them to thrive. And that is really the purpose of the integration and the actualization of the rhetoric that we've had in bridging the urban-rural divide. The flexibility that the plan allows really is a testament to the commitment to the rhetoric of the just long-held rhetoric of connecting to the river. We haven't done it. Joe Zender laid out a vision in his presentation 4+ hours ago. Commissioner Fish immediately asked him, how are we going to actualize that? Well, let's take some concrete steps, like the market along the riverfront, to bring over 1 million people a year to the most neglected part of our city. We talk about historic preservation. Well, we're preserving 3+ acres of asphalt surface parking lot that have been around since the 50s as a staging area for the Morrison Bridge. We have an opportunity to be more than timid, as the plan has been alluded to. We can be bold, and the Morrison Bridgehead is one of those catalytic opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, John.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm John Zarnicki. I'm an architect, past chair of the Portland Historic Landmarks Commission, and also a past architectural consultant to Oregon Housing and Community Services regarding affordable housing. I have a couple of this testimony strongly supports the adoption of the plan with the following comments and conditions regarding specific aspects of livability as they apply to the West Quadrant neighborhoods. Mayor, in your State of the City address and in yesterday's OPB interview, you mentioned height, bulk, and setbacks as important qualities of that compatibility. Today, I'd like to address briefly the notion of compatibility and the provision of housing and supportive amenities for genuinely diverse neighborhoods. Excuse me. First of all, livability depends on the making of good neighborhoods. Neighborhoods require support services. Space has not been set aside for public amenities, particularly those for children. This includes parks, schools, and community centers. Reinserting specific language struck from number 17 on page 43 of Chapter 4, Housing in Neighborhoods, would directly support the necessity of family amenities. I'm going to read this a little bit. It'll just take a sec here. It's number 17, Housing Diversity. Create attractive, dense, high-quality, affordable housing throughout the central city that accommodates a broad range of needs, preferences, and financial capability in terms of different types, tenures, size, costs, and locations. That's great. Here's the sentence that was struck, which would actually greatly increase the impact of housing policy on the city, especially the West Quadrant. Provide a more diverse stock of housing to support a diversifying central city population that includes housing compatible with the needs of families with children, people with special needs, students, seniors, and the central city workforce. I believe that this is important language simply because it deals with more than the simplicity, overly simple aspect of providing so many units of affordable housing. It deals with size, it deals with family type. Adoption of this language puts strength behind the adoption of public amenities that are essential for the making of a good neighborhood. The other really has to do with the issues of height and bulk that impact the entire quadrant. Policy that limits sprawl and encourages strategic and effective density can help maintain and increase livability. Considerable concerns regarding the ability of new tall buildings to meet complex requirements of the urban and global environment persist and grow. Land use policy that supports that is certainly possible. We need not acquiesce to the allure and questionable value of new tall buildings. With that, I thank you for your stewardship and forward thinking on behalf of us all. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your comments as always. Thank you.
Next three are Dwayne Betts, Dan Petrosian, and Fred Leeson.
You're asking a lot of Carla.
what about
When we asked
Wendy?
we asked her to introduce Dan Petrusich after John Sarnecki, that's a mouthful.
I think Wroblewski or something Polish.
What about Wendy Chung
No vowels needed.
and Mary Zarnecki?
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dan Petrusich. I was a member of the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee as the representative for the Portland Business Alliance. I support adoption of the West Quadrant Plan. The plan's the culmination of 5 years of work by city staff and was well vetted by many Portland residents and business owners. I'd like to talk about two aspects of the plan today: flexible zoning and height limits. Flexible zoning is not controversial and is a big part of the plan. What the city's learned from experience is that you get more and better development with flexible zoning compared to single-use zoning, i.e. just residential or just commercial. More and better development with a 10-minute neighborhood that you can walk, work, and play in. The Pearl District is proof of how flexible zoning works very successfully. You get more of everything. More residential than a residential-only zoning, more commercial and more retail services. There's been more residential in the last 10 years in the Pearl District than any RX zone. There's been more office built in the Pearl than in the downtown commercial code zone. I'd also like to talk for a moment about building heights in the West Quadrant Plan. With the urban growth boundary, it's been the policy for the last 40 years to grow up and not out. Portland's by far the shortest city on the West Coast. Seattle's tallest building's 943 feet. San Francisco's is 850. Los Angeles, 1,150. We have only 2 buildings that are over 500 feet. We have only 4 buildings, including those 2, that are over 400 feet. So we're not a tall city at all by any means. The other thing I'd like to back up Ron Paul on is that at the Morrison Bridgehead, there's virtually no way to use the existing density that's there at the Bridgehead without a height increase. It's just not possible. Building up and not out provides for better, slimmer buildings with more natural light and air for its neighbors. I support adoption of the plan as recommended by the vast majority of the stakeholders. The other thing I'd like to point out, I heard a lot about World Cities Club, and thanks to the internet and the devices I carry, I was able to do a little research. We're in no danger of joining the World Cities Club. And let me explain. Our entire office market of 25 million or so square feet could fit, it would take 7 World Trade Center buildings to fit our entire market into. So you kind of put it in perspective, we're a suburb compared to some of these World City that were mentioned earlier. Singapore's, I checked, building height, 919 feet. Hong Kong, 1,588 feet. Vancouver, BC, 659 not square feet. Dubai, 2,500. New York, 1,776. We're just never going to be a World Cities Club. We're Portland. So,
Thank you. So let me make sure I understand your point about the Bridgehead, that because of the limitations of the site, there's floor area ratio there that's just never going to get used unless you have more height. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Carl, I
Sure.
have my,
Is there a PowerPoint there?
there is.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the city and for letting me speak today. I'm Wendy Chung, and I live at 1729 Northwest Irving. I'm not an architect, I'm not a planner. I don't even live in the West End, but I'm testifying today because I work in the West End as a corporate lawyer. I've worked in business for 20 years. I have an MBA, so I'm not opposed to business. I do, however, walk through the West End. I have 2 children, one who attends Lincoln High School in the West End and one who's in college at University of Oregon. And I'm testifying because I care deeply about historic preservation, and I care also about economic vitality of the city in which we live. I'm also here to endorse the Minority Report and the Historic Landmarks Commission letter to the BPS recommending strategic reconsideration of building heights in the West Quadrant. So here's the height map for the West Quadrant. You've seen this. And you'll see the 460-foot heights that we've all been talking about throughout this meeting. Just by way of point of reference, the Galleria is 63 feet tall. The Central Library is 38 feet tall. The Crystal Ballroom is 50 feet tall. There are dozens of other significant low to medium-rise buildings in the West End that are not protected under the code. Commissioner Fish asked for a list of gems. He doesn't need a list. There's a multi-property listing of historic properties within the downtown area that aren't historic landmarks that are on this chart that Joe Zender presented, but that are at risk because they could be demolished without a Type 4 review. The other thing I'd point out is over 100 feet doesn't necessarily equate to 350 or 460 feet. In fact, this building right here, the Elliott, is 266 feet, just to give you a frame of reference. Mayor Hales identified 3 key priorities for Portland in his recent State of the City address: neighborhoods, economic opportunity, and public safety. Strategically managing building heights in the West End addresses the first 2. The National Trust recently issued this report on how smaller buildings and older neighborhoods contribute to urban vitality, confirming that what Jane Jacobs said more than 50 years ago continues to bear out today. Interestingly, the previous testifier talked about San Francisco and Seattle. The 3 cities they evaluated were Washington, D.C., San Francisco, and Seattle. And they assessed them against 40 economic, social, cultural, and environmental performance metrics. This is what they found. First, among other things, that older districts provide affordable space for entrepreneurs of all backgrounds, and that older, smaller buildings promote a strong local economy. There are nearly 40% more jobs per square foot and more than double the number of women and minority-owned businesses in older parts of Seattle than in the newer districts. Other studies reach similar conclusions. I grew up working in a family-owned immigrant business that would not have existed but for the availability of affordable commercial space. We see the blossoming local economy in the West End today with its many eclectic independent shops that draw visitors from near and far. But as Commissioner Fish talked about market forces, the excessive height headroom motivates large-scale development in this area that threatens to destroy the very thing that makes it so desirable. If we're not building point towers and the zoning is already at 460 feet, what's the harm in lowering them? The comp plan gives us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to preserve valuable historic resources and to promote continued economic growth in this special part of our city. Please, before you vote to adopt the West Quadrant Plan, consider strategic reconsideration of the height policy in the West End, as has been proposed elsewhere. I also want to add, if I may, just for a second, the one thing that others testified about were bonuses that for height that would add or contribute to the community. One thing I would ask, and I raised this in meetings with BPS during the West Quadrant Plan process, why not offer some sort of a bonus for cultural revitalization of Chinatown? There are no Chinese people in Chinatown. And I don't see, I understand about it motivating affordable housing, and I'm all for that. But can we not also inspire Wijimaya or other Chinese or Japanese businesses to come back to Chinatown, maybe through a bonus program? I'll just throw that out there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mary.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Mary Zarnicki, New Traditional Architecture. We practice preservation, architecture, and urbanism. We believe that they should be one entity. I'm really happy to see the city explore all these pieces together. The one example I would like to bring out is the city of Vancouver as a model. We had the opportunity to take students from Mexico up to Vancouver, and we saw the downtown as a place that is aging high-rises and brand-new high-rises. But in contrast to that, we were able to go outside of the downtown, new neighborhoods that the premier planner and urbanist Patrick Condon has taken neighborhoods that have, their challenge was to double the density, and they did that with strategic planning. They did that with infill and, other kinds of ways to add low-scale density and mid-rise density on the main streets. In addition, a half-mile new streetcar system that would be less expensive than the subway system. So that kind of approach to deal with the carbon issue and the flat city is really a great model for Portland to understand and to continue its heritage, appreciation, and great livable place that we are, Portland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all. Okay.
Next
have
three.
Some others?
Was there a Stefan Lewis? I don't know if I called his name or not. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the next three are Nolan Leinhardt, Peggy Moretti, and Roger Leachman.
Okay.
And then the last three who signed up were Timothy Moore, Jim Winkler, and Simon Jaworski.
At least a couple of them are here, so Nolan, I think you're on next.
Great. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nolan Leinhardt, and I live in the Pearl District. I walk to work in the West End, where I'm Director of Planning and Urban Design at ZGF Architects. I'm also currently serving as Board President for 1,000 Friends of Oregon, but I speak tonight only for myself. I'm here because I was fortunate to be a member of the West Quadrant Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and I support the West Quadrant Plan recommendations. This was my first time serving on a stakeholder committee with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and I found it to be a robust conversation with a diverse range of stakeholders. In my work, I'm engaged with major district planning projects in Denver, San Francisco, and Vancouver, BC, among other cities. Yesterday, my colleagues and I hosted a delegation from China, and Friday we are hosting clients from Tokyo. These cities seek planning expertise from Portland, not because of the ambition of our plans, but because of the proven outcomes, a world-class, thriving, livable urban center. It is important to understand that this plan is not a major departure from the way that we have grown since the last Central City Plan, which laid the framework for the success that I've just described. The existing and proposed height limits in Portland's Central City are modest compared with the height limits in most U.S. central cities. While it's possible to create density with the uniform application of 6 to 8 story buildings, flexibility in height and density across the Central City is critical to facilitate population growth in the places that provide access to high-capacity transit, public services, urban amenities, and the region's highest concentration of jobs. New limits on growth in the Central City will have a dramatic impact on housing affordability throughout the city. Commissioner Fish mentioned the displacement that occurred as a result of the Albina Plan, and I would caution that this kind of displacement is not going to be stopped with new limitations on development. In fact, it will likely accelerate as it has in San Francisco, a city that is adding 30 to 40,000 new jobs a year, but fewer than 7,000 housing units a year. The result is that more Central City workers have a long commute from the suburbs. Many of the people who have traditionally lived in the Central City and inner Northwest neighborhoods are young professionals, a group that is not well represented among those testifying this evening. I was lucky to live in Goose Hollow when I returned to Portland in 2006, but the cost of a walk-up one-bedroom unit at the edge of the Central City has doubled in the course of the last decade. So young professionals like my 24-year-old cousin get a few roommates and they pack into inner Northeast Portland homes that might otherwise be occupied by families. Please consider this demographic as well as future residents not yet here who may never be here if we begin a process of lowering expectations about concentrating growth in the Central City. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Wow, marathon session. I'm Peggy Moretti. I'm Executive Director of Restore Oregon, and Restore Oregon is a nonprofit whose statewide mission is to save Oregon's historic places and promote livable communities. We did engage quite a bit in the West Quadrant planning process, particularly focusing on our historic districts, and we do appreciate the thoughtful process and contributions of time and talent through that whole thing. I'm going to just share I'm going to try not to repeat things that have been already shared many times here, but I think we have definitely can identify some themes, recurring themes from the testimony tonight, and we definitely share a number of those concerns. So I'm going to kind of zero in on a couple of things. First of all, Skidmore Old Town. We very much applaud and heartily support the retention of the 75-foot height limit on this National Landmark District, and that the design guidelines appear to be poised for passage that have been long overdue or long put on a back burner. And I think now we need to, for that district, really adopt the right policies and incentives to stimulate infill development, the compatible infill development in the Skidmore district, which would certainly include shifting parking from surface lots into structured parking that will support both the historic buildings and that new infill development, and help alleviate the need to dig underground parking, which jacks up costs. In Japantown, Chinatown, and we do have two separate historic districts there who have some differences. We actually have one of Oregon's most endangered places in Japantown, Chinatown. That's the Wong Laundry Building. And it is a representation, I think, of a number of properties that are going through demolition by neglect. And that district includes such a rich cultural history whose story is not being very well told right now. So as we look at how we kind of get from some of the aspirational, very generally stated goals of the plan, we're hoping we can get down to some specifics that will specifically incentivize the historic preservation and appropriate infill development. And we would love to see the city consider, as part of that effort to get into the more granular implementation, that we might want to consider an ordinance that would penalize demolition by neglect, because I do believe there are property owners who are using that strategy to get around demolition review and demolition denial. And as we potentially raise height limits there, that just creates an increased incentive to engage in demolition by neglect. So as we put pressures on the land value underneath the historic properties, we have to be, I think, putting in place counterbalancing incentives for the preservation of the historic properties, or you're going to create an untenable tension between those two things. And we would support the Japantown Chinatown Neighborhood Association recommendations that challenge that idea of boosting the height limit there right along Burnside, with the exception of Block 33, where that would seem to be perhaps an appropriate exception. So I just think in general, as we look at the West End and all the testimony that has come in today, we have to acknowledge that every time we raise height, we are in some ways sealing the doom of historic properties unless there are counterbalancing incentives that will help create some financial weight on that side of the scale for rehabilitation. We appreciate that the city, in that regard, we appreciate the city's support of the Revitalized Main Street Act that Restore Oregon has. It's Senate Bill 565 that would create a historic rehabilitation fund, which provides a 25% rebate on the cost of rehabilitation of historic buildings. And we ask you to advocate strongly for it, because we're going to be in a tough fight for that, but interest is definitely mounting in Salem. And we would also really urge the city to get serious about incentives for seismic upgrades of our historic buildings. That is often 20 or 25% of the cost of rehabilitation, and it is often the stumbling block that is keeping people from moving forward with rehabilitation. And then I have one final personal comment. As we densify our city and we jam more and more people per square foot, I think we can definitely challenge assumptions that height does not always create livability. It isn't always the only way to create density. And where we do have to go tall, I think it's really time to raise our game on design in this city. I don't know how quite we want to tackle that, but I think we need to set some better, higher standards for design that aren't just about doing something that's green and inoffensive. We can step it up here so that the new buildings that are going to go in, that are going to create this density, really do continue to tell the story of Portland, that when they live next to historic buildings, they enhance the story of that historic place, and that create keeping Portland. Certainly there's a big role for design to play in that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening.
My name is Roger Leachman. I'm a resident of Goose Hollow. I live on Southwest Vista. I was just elected in November to the board of the Goose Hollow Foothills League directors. Fielding's written, "It is a trite but true observation that examples work more forcibly on the mind than precepts." And that certainly applies to the examples given by North American building, vis-a-vis, for instance, the precepts galumphing through the pages of the West Quadrants Plan committee prose. I was privileged and lucky to be an undergraduate in Philadelphia in the 60s, to see daily from my dorm room Louis Kahn's medical research building, to spend halcyon days downtown, where no building could be higher than William Penn's hat on the top of that beautiful city hall. That changed in 1984. Philly sold its birthright for a mess of pottage. Let us not do likewise. From my living room window, I look at 735 St. Clair, 22 stories of architectural tedium, and the ugliest building, bar none, in Goose Hollow. Completely out of scale and out of character with everything around it. There's no getting rid of it. It's much, much easier to get rid of 1890s Victorian houses, of course, as not only Goose Hollow has experienced. My own unit is 6 stories. I know many of my neighbors, and we socialize and interact. I feel a part of my neighborhood in much the same way as when I was a homeowner in single-family neighborhoods in Virginia and Minnesota. Vertical sprawl creates towers of psychological and social isolation. You do not have to be a devotee of Professor Putnam of Harvard to understand that when the social fabric is abraded by isolation and detachment, a sense of community erodes or becomes virtually non-existent. And exactly that happens in impersonal towers, which become like the infamous projects in Chicago, regardless of the income group inhabiting them. A trailer park has more community and connectedness. When we at the neighborhood and city level, or at state and federal for that matter, rend the social fabric, we do so at our peril. An irony of this very flawed West Quadrant process and draft is that it has created community among those of us who came together from our different neighborhoods and backgrounds, because we care about our neighborhoods and our city, their present and their future. And I think we are not going to cease to struggle and to care.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think we have a couple more still here.
The last 3 who signed up were Timothy Moore, Jim Winkler, and Simon Jaworski.
No one else? All right, you two gentlemen get the last word. And thank you for being willing to wait this long to have it.
You're welcome. It's a long day.
Oh, we have one more companion. Go ahead, please.
All right, my name is Simon, and you know, Portland had an original plan back in the turn of the last 20th century where people would work out in the rural areas and I mean, I'm sorry, let me say, people would live out in the rural areas and work downtown. I think we should keep that plan because that plan has always worked. You know, it was environmentally sustainable, you know, and it was very successful. You know, I think I think, you know, people should, Beaverton Round, if you look at the Max Line Beaverton Round, there's a beautiful condominium out there out in Beaverton. It's right on the Max station. There's restaurants around it, and it's a direct line to downtown. Now, there's vacant land all around there, all around the Max Line. They could build all the 100, 200-story condos out there, you know, and you know, we don't need any more of this density, you know. We don't need any more housing, you know. We don't, especially any more affluent people that are going to change the demographics. You know, they're not going to take transit like they're saying. The Northwest neighborhood is a proof of that. Along that streetcar around the Hoyt area, Pearl District, that area is flooded with cars. We've got too much congestion, way too much overcrowding, and it's getting very bad for the air. You know, we're just. I like what Commissioner said. Commissioner Fish said we should preserve what we have downtown, and you know, the big building that's going up Nordstrom is completely ugly. We need to save the downtown area for business space. That is prime business space for people to go shopping. I love to go shopping downtown, but if you're going to build nothing but residential down, where are people going to shop? I live over on 12th and Clay, and you know, the people in my building take a bus all the way to the Winco Shopping Center out in Beaverton because there's no cheap place to shop down other than Safeway, and you know, they're not all that cheap. All the rest of the stores like Zupans, those are for more affluent people. They can't afford it where we have. We don't need any more biking paths. As you can see, biking in the past, they hardly ever get used. It's a big waste of money. You know, I think, you know, like the earlier plan, you know, we need to use more mass transit, build up along the mass transit. build the condominiums in our residential areas like the Kenton neighborhoods and Hollywood districts where it's already residential. Okay, you have an urban growth boundary plan. Don't make it in the business district. Make it in already residential districts like, for example, the Kenton neighborhoods. Build the condominiums out there. Connect them with light rail. Connect them with a good bus service. That'll be fine. We can't. Transit. I don't like what Brian says about increasing the campus. The health, Oregon Health Sciences in Portland. PCC is a good example of that. They took out a much-needed grocery store over in Northeast Portland and built their campuses all over it, and there's no place for people to shop or buy groceries or anything, and destroyed the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. I want you to wrap up because we're...
Okay, I'm just saying that, there's really no proof that this density really helps economic growth very much. The only thing that really seems to help the growth is mass transit, because it helped build the store at downtown Macy's, and the only way to help mass transit is by increased service.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, sir. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. My name is Timothy Moore, and I am a Goose Hollow resident, and I'm also a homeowner, middle-income homeowner, and really happy to be part of the community. And I am an avid bicyclist and drive less than 1,000 miles a year because I live in a central Portland place where I have the benefit of being able to walk the things I really appreciate. And so I love it here. And I want to acknowledge just a couple things that have been said along the way and move on to some other points. I want to acknowledge the comments from a lot of people. I think that while there's a lot of controversy around the whole question of building heights and things like that, I'm glad that people are raising the issues. I'm glad that they're speaking up about it. I particularly appreciate what was said by Steve Pinger and Michael Mahaffey from the Urban Land Institute, the evidence-based design approach. I think you guys really have your work cut out for you. A little bit more background on me. I was involved in the U.S. Green Building Council since its inception, since 2001, and was part of creating the LEED Green Building Rating System. I have been involved with the neighborhood. I have been involved with the Vision Realization Committee for 3.5 years now, and am currently on the Goose Hollow Foothills League board, although I don't pretend to be speaking for the board at this time. My comments are my own comments. And I've been on that board for a year now, and I just want to say that from my experience, I felt like the Vision Realization Committee was a very well-conducted committee, and we came up with a lot of great things. And I'm really excited about, even though I think you guys really have your work cut out for you, and I'm glad people are raising the building height issues, and I think you're going to have to figure out how to balance questions about density, which are important, climate issues, and on the other hand, all the issues that have been raised by the concerns about building height. I think there are lots of examples in the world of how density can be achieved with lower building heights. Anybody who's been to Copenhagen, Denmark, loves the place, and there's hardly a building over 7 stories. Now, granted, we have different challenges today that we have to balance with, so that's not the reality that we're faced with today. But I want to make some other points that I think are really important and salient.
Make them quickly if you can.
Yes,
because we are
I
running
will.
out of time.
And that is that we created, the Vision Realization Committee spent more than 2.5 years creating our principles document, and I'm really glad to see that a lot of the good work that we did, including many residents on that committee, did find its way into the West Quadrant Plan. And just to highlight a couple things that I think are important that you guys asked about, one of them is Jefferson Street as a main street. I think that's a naturally evolving thing, much more than 18th. And the planning of the city really needs to not only let that happen, but reinforce it. It's too easy for that to be treated by people with automobiles as a glorified ramp to the Highway 26. I think that the things that Mary Valent brought up about Burnside and improving the crossings of Burnside and not letting Burnside be forgotten, West Burnside, those are really important, and I don't think the plan really, it's a timid address of that as well. And the last one is that I think you guys asked about the cap on 405 and the reconnection of downtown with the west neighborhoods to the west, I think, is a huge deal, and probably it's inappropriate and too expensive to try to cap the whole thing. But doing some strategic caps around Lincoln High School and around the light rail and things like that may be really valuable. And I don't think that the city has to tote the entire thing, the entire bill for that. But I also don't think it makes sense to just wait and see if private development comes up with something. I think that there's a role for the city in encouraging that and making it happen. So
Thank you.
that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Reza Farhoudi. I am a resident of the Pearl District, and like this gentleman here, I also really enjoy living in the Central City. I want to reiterate a few points that were mentioned earlier in today's testimony. The people who are predisposed to supporting this plan are not represented well in this process, probably because they have day jobs. And, I tried to get here as soon as I could after work, just to be able to speak to you tonight. The generational divide from today's testimony is very clear. Millennials have shown a clear preference to living in dense, vibrant urban cores with a number of amenities that are in convenient walking or biking distance, which you may call a 20-minute neighborhood. It's incredibly convenient for people who already live here to want things to stay the same. It takes strong leadership and a bold vision to fight for the future generations who want to live here. And it's up to us to ensure that the housing supply and affordability allows them to move here as in the Central City, and not on the fringes of our urban sprawl. And therefore, I urge you to pass the West Quadrant Plan as proposed by city staff and the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I say please don't support the West Project Plan.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay, we have staff available, but we also have had a long hearing. So my suggestion is we get staff back up here briefly. We leave somebody else out? I'm sorry.
Just one last one.
Okay.
Thanks for sticking around to hear us.
You bet. Thank you for sticking around yourself. So appreciate it. Yes, sorry, didn't mean to knock
That's
you
okay.
off the bottom of the list there.
Somebody had to leave for their work. So I'm not Tim Block, I'm Tina, but I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Tim Block. He asked me to read a letter he wrote from the Hotel Deluxe. Good evening. I'm Tim Block, General Manager of the Hotel Deluxe, which is home to Gracie's Restaurant and the Driftwood Room. We are located at Southwest 15th Avenue and Southwest Yamhill, the area often referred to in Goose Hollow as the Flats. Our owner, the owner of the Hotel Deluxe, recently purchased the vacant lot across the street from the hotel on Southwest 15th with the intention of developing it under the zoning and property rights as they currently exist. I was a member of the Goose Hollow Foothills League Vision Realization Committee for several years and regularly attended the monthly meetings. We hosted the monthly meetings of the VRC at the Hotel Deluxe from September 2012 to February 2014, and we also hosted all of the Goose Hollow neighborhood charrettes in December of 2012. Those gatherings were well attended by Goose Hollow residents, business owners, and property owners. I fully stand by the open and inclusive nature of the process in both of these meetings and in the results that it yielded. There currently is a lack of a robust business community in the Goose Hollow area, particularly on weekends. And the hope is that the new plan will encourage the building of new residences in the area immediately surrounding the hotel, but really throughout all of Goose Hollow, leading to a better business environment, additional businesses, amenities, maybe some parking, and other things which our guests and our residents may enjoy. I urge you to adopt the West Quadrant Plan as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Susan and Carl, why don't you come up? I know Joe will be back in a minute. My suggestion is this, one, that we set some dates here, and that is, my recommendation is we keep the record open until the 13th to allow people to continue to send in information and perspectives, and that we set a date of the 25th for the council to have council deliberations and further response from staff on requests that we're going to make in the meantime. The meantime could start now, but doesn't need to end now. So if there are things that council members want to put on your to-do list at the moment, we can do that, but we can also follow up by a memorandum to each other and to you after today if we're too tired to remember everything that we want to ask. But for those that are still ready to do so, I want to open the opportunity for that.
Well, I will have a list to give you and to have to discuss with you. And you have been very responsive to my requests for different kinds of maps and larger maps. I'm still struggling with what's changing. So if I could have some 11 by 17s to show the base zone heights across the district, and then one that just shows proposed changes.
Yep.
That would be very
Please, and
helpful.
distribute those to all of us.
And that way, that will inform my then suggestions, requests, discussion.
And we're happy to come anytime that you want us to.
It's a phenomenal amount of staff work and also community engagement, and thanks to everybody for all of it. It's, you know, the mayor said when he appointed me to the Planning Commission that he expects things to come to council 90% done. I think this is a great example of something which I'm really glad I didn't have to do the 90% of the work, because there's a lot of it in here.
Exactly. Okay, Commissioner Novick, anything for the moment?
No, except that I kind of feel compelled to complain about the idea that all anybody seems to care about is height.
Well said.
Thank you, Steve. I think we needed that. Anything that you need to put on the table for us, other than, that, again, I want to make sure that not only the three of us, but also that our two colleagues have a chance in the next few days to lob requests to you. My request is that we make sure we copy one another on those requests so that we know what's being asked for, and that you distribute responses to all 5 members of the council so we can keep this thread going of this discussion this evening.
Actually, Mayor, we got scolded by the city attorney that we're not supposed to copy each other on
Oh,
internal
all right.
emails.
Well, then we'll
the staff can
ask
send it to
staff
us,
to
but
send
we're
it to
not
all
allowed
of
to
us.
send
All
it
right,
to all
I'm
of
not
us.
going to violate the
We
open
try to
meetings
keep
law.
public records
All
very
right.
open.
Therefore, yeah, do distribute your
So we'll send
responses
our
to
request
all
to
of
you,
us.
and you'll resend the replies to everybody.
I'd suggest 2 things. One, if it's okay, and then we'll send a note out to Commissioner Saltzman and Commissioner Fish within a week to get your questions in, so
Yes.
that we can make sure that we are doing this. Obviously, if you have another question after that, we'll be responsive, but just to get this, to keep it moving. The other is picking a date for a final vote, because there's many, many interested parties, and I would suggest potentially the 25th of February.
Correct. That's what I said. I said
And
that
so-
let's take the 13th for closing the record request to you in a week, and the 25th for council deliberations.
If that
Except that there will be amendments.
There
and we'll have
probably
to
are
take
likely to be
testimony-
amendments, so it's going to be the
testimony amendments.
25th and the following.
And the following week,
Yeah.
okay.
So we would have another public hearing just on the amendments on the 25th of February, and then vote on it the first week of March.
Okay.
All right?
Sure.
Right. Okay?
Great.
Does that
Thank
work
you.
for everybody?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll set those dates, and thank you all for your attendance this evening. The hearing is closed, and we are recessed until tomorrow at 5 p.m.